Bapak Budi Karya. Good morning, Ibu Sandra in Netherlands, Ege in Istanbul. Good afternoon, Gadjah and Nina in Bangkok, Gadjah in Taipei. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone in the globe. Selamat datang, welcome.
Yeah.
First of all, Eid Mubarak for anyone who celebrates a Muslim day. And today we will have the 4th International e-Public Forum. This is part of our 2021 International Online Summer Course on Jogja World Project Cities, focusing on balancing creative economy and heritage Saujana conservations to foster sustainable development goals, or SDGs. We had started in April 9th and will last in June 13th, this next month. So far we organized 8 series of lectures, and then the last lectures will be tomorrow. And we organize 3 virtual heritage tours, and we have international public forums. And today is number 4, Intangible Culture, Heritage and Sustainable Developments. And we still have one more forum that will be next week on Saturday, focusing on heritage economy in promoting SDGs. And today we are very honored that Bapak Budi Karya, our minister from the Ministry of Transportation, Republic of Indonesia, who is also 5 chairmen of the Alumni Associations of Universitas Gadjah Mada, we call it KAGAMA, that he is with us and will open in giving opening remarks for us. This is very interesting that I would like also to mention that Pak Budi Karya is also an architect. He is graduated from our Department Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. So thank you very much, Pak Budi Karya. And now I will give the time to you. So time is yours. Monggo, Pak Budi Karya.
Thank you very much, Ibu Laretna. Good morning and good afternoon, all of you. Distinguished Dr. Sandra Nielsen, Anthropologist, Independent Scholar, Research Collective for Decolonising on town of the Oosterbeek in Netherlands, distinguished Dr. CHIANG, Archaeologist, Art Historian, Taipei National University of Art, Taiwan, Dr. Ege Yildirim,
Morgan,
planner specialist in heritage conservation management, owner SH Turkey, distinguished Ms.Linina, individual specialist at Culture Unit, UNESCO Bangkok. Distinguished my friend, Prof. Dr. Insinyur Baktistiawan MA, Professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, University of Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Dr. Insinyur Ratna Adisakti, my friend, Architect, Heritage Professional, University of Gadjah Mada, and Siti Nurul Rofika PhD, Lecturer, Landscape Architect, University of Gadjah, and all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in the 4th International A-Public Forum with part of the International Online Summer Course on Gadjah World Publicity, organized by Center for Heritage Conservation, Department Architect and Planning Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. We have gathered here this afternoon to sharing our knowledge from experts in this field about intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about cultural heritage, Indonesia has a vast archipelago comprising more than 70,000 islands, has diverse range of cultural, ethnic, religious, and linguistic are there unique its region. This is the direction of the Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, representing South Juna in its region. Indonesia has many cultural heritage that have been recognized internationally. For example, Borobudur Temple, Komodo National Park has a status of UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1961. Lake Toba has been a global biopark since 2019, and also Batik. Batik as a cultural heritage was declared by UNESCO in 2009 as Masterpiece of Oral and Intangible Heritage of Humanity in 2014. Gadjah was declared a Wood Batik City by World Craft Council Asia Pacific. This determination shows that Indonesia has the potential for cultural heritage that has been recognized internationally. As we know, batik in commonly wear by the community on the by daily basis. So they show how closely it is see in this case batik with our local people. Cultural heritage in part of creative economy. The creative economy is a concept in the new economic era that intensive information and creative by relying on idea and knowledge from human resources as a main factor of the production. The potential of creative economy of Indonesia show a significant increase every year. Based on that data from the Opus Creative Economy Outlook 2019, the creative economy sector contribute PDR 1,105 billion to Indonesian gross domestic product. This makes Indonesia rank third after United States and South Korea in terms of contribution of creative economy to GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, at that time, technology and modernization has caused paradigm and cultural shifting, including our heritage. This is potentially to eliminate and sustainability. Therefore, our duty to maintain and sustainability so that this uniqueness can benefit to our sustainability development. Our policy need to adopt principle of inclusive growth, namely growth that in equitability, distribution in society, including in local culture, inclusive growth and inclusive economy are in line with the democratic principle economy, namely economy by, from, and for the many, not a few, according of Kelly writing and Howard in his book, The Making Democratic Economy, Building Prosperity for Many, not just a few. Because basically the concept of the economic development is not only about infrastructure development. It's not only 1 + 1, 2, but will be 1 + 1, maybe 5, 7. 5 points that need to elaborate our potential. Ladies and gentlemen, in transportation sector, we strive to maintain cultural diversity by building heritage station. The Ministry of Transportation through the KAGAMA to committed and consistent maintenance train station for customers' convenience while maintaining their historic value. KAI still maintain the untouched building with the part of history of railway in Indonesia, such as in the Pasar Senen, Tanjung Priok, Bandung Station, and also in the Jogja Station. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome this forum. I look forward to your concentrated recommendation to be used as reference to speed up the achievement of development. And by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open the 4th International Public Forum this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Budi Karya. This is very, very comprehensive thoughts that you all know Indonesia having 17,000 islands. So Ministry of Transportations have to taking care all of them. And almost all islands, they have their own and specific of cultures. So how is very close relations between transportations as well as culture heritage. Once again, thank you very much, Pak Budi Karya. And actually, I'm also very happy to see the batik that he has. It's very interesting. It's very beautiful. So right now, please, let's go. We have the photo sessions. And please open all your slides so we can have together with Pak Budi Karya in these photo sessions. Let's do the photo sessions. Please open your. Terima kasih. Widya, sudah? Okay. Yes. So we have a lot of you from Japan, from Netherlands, from Israel, and many from the globes. And now I would like to hand it the times to our moderator, Ibu Fifi. That's usually I call Ibu Fifi. Ibu Fifi is a landscape architect.
Yes.
And so he will lead the whole sessions. So Ibu Fifi, time is yours. Silakan.
This voice is good, Sita?
Yes.
Suaranya okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Bu Sita, as a host of the forum. Good afternoon and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the participants of the 4th International e-Public Forum on Intangible Cultural Heritage and Sustainable Development. I am Vivi as a forum moderator from Jakarta on behalf of Universitas Gadjah Mada. Today we have 5 honorable panelists from the 5 countries, Netherlands, Taiwan, Thailand, Turkey, and Indonesia. So hopefully we will have wonderful experiences and can share knowledge with each other. The first panelist is Dr. Sandra NIESSEN from the Netherlands. She is an anthropologist, an independent scholar, research collective for Decolonising fashion, the town of Oosterbeek, the Netherlands. She will present the Batak textile heritage, Saujana conservation, and sustainable development. Hello, good morning, Dr. Sandra NIESSEN. Yes, afternoon in Yogyakarta. Okay, the second panelist is Dr. CHIANG from the Taiwan. I will read the all panelists first, and then she is an archaeologist and art historian, Taipei, National University of Art, Taiwan. Hello, Dr. CHIANG, good afternoon. I think the Batikscape for sustainability. And the third panelist is Ms.Linina from Thailand. Hello, Ms. Nina.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, she is an individual specialist at Culture Unit UNESCO Bangkok. And she is also a lecturer at Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, right? She will talk about intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development case studies in Thailand. Hello. And then the fourth panelist is Dr. Ege Yildirim from Turkey. She is an urban planner specializing in heritage conservation management. And she is also the owner of Ayşe Ege Yildirim Consultant in Istambul, Turkey. Dr. Ege will present aligning heritage policy with the Sustainable Development Goals. Hello, Dr. Ege. Good morning.
Hello.
From Jakarta.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. And then finally, we will listen presentation from Professor Dr. Insinyur Baptis Setiawan, MA, or Bapak Bobby from Indonesia, from Yogyakarta. Selamat siang, Prof. Sehat ya, Prof? Pak Bobby. Wishing you always in healthy. Prof. Bobby is a professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He will share biocultural diversity, environmental degradation, and management in Indonesia. She will also make a resume of all topics from the all panelists. And we will have comprehensive understanding on this forum on intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development. So each panelist has 30 minutes presentation. We will spend about 2 hours and a half from 5 panelists until about 5 o'clock. Then we will continue to the question and answer. So also our participants can write the questions or comments in the Zoom chat room. Please write the name of the panelists that the question are delivered, or also you can directly ask to the panelists at the Q&A forum. Okay, well, let me start from the panelist one, Dr. Sandra NIESSEN. Dr. NIESSEN. Okay, I will read a brief of her curriculum vitae. Dr. NIESSEN has researched Batak weaving traditions in North Sumatra province of Indonesia, and for more than 40 years. So because I'm from West Sumatra, near from my home country, hometown. This has resulted in numerous articles and 4 books. Her dissertation entitled Motifs of Life in Toba Batak Texts and Textiles in 1985. She has worked on a range of projects to stimulate and support the Batak weaving arts, which are the weaving arts is drastic decline right now. Sandra is a founding member of the research collective for Decolonising Fashion, a group that will raise awareness about the importance of indigenous dress traditions. She has published on the Eurocentric bias on fashion and the implications of the bias for sustainability. Well, it is very interesting experience. So let me listen to the presentation. Dr. Sandra, time is yours until 30 minutes from now. It's about until 5 o'clock, 3 to 5, yes, o'clock. Please, Dr. NIESSEN, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ibu Fifi, for that wonderful introduction.
Yes.
A fellow Sumatran you are. Thank you also to Dr. Loretna, our inspiring host of today. Thank you to Bapak Budi Karya for the introduction, a kind introduction, giving an excellent overview. I'm very excited to be here with my esteemed colleagues from Taipei, Bangkok, Istambul, and Gadjah. A pleasure to be with you. I know some of you. And special greetings to our students, both international and Indonesian, and a very warm welcome to people in the broad public who are able to attend this e-forum. I think it's a very important issue that we are discussing today, and I commend the organizers of this conference for bringing these ideas to the fore. Horas, that's the Toba Batak greeting. Horas to you all.
Ibu Sandra, can you make a slideshow of this?
Is that the problem? Yes, of course I can. And why don't I do that?
Play from the start. Maybe you
Yeah,
can do it.
okay. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
thank
better?
you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, I don't know if any of you has ever stepped into a plane and you're heading towards Gadjah and you're sitting in your seat and the flight attendant comes along and she says, this plane is going to Medan. And you think, oh dear, I'm on the wrong plane. For you, maybe hearing that you will be learning today about Batak textiles, and you're thinking you're learning about batik in this course, you're scratching your head because there's only one letter of difference between Batak and batik, but in fact, there's a world of difference between the two. Batik is a textile decoration technique practiced primarily on the island of Java, and Batak is an ethnic group in the province of North Sumatra, and it doesn't make batik, it weaves. So I have to tell you, you're not sitting on the wrong plane. There is a huge difference between Batak textiles and batik textiles, but there's also a world of similarity. Ibu Loretna already mentioned that there are so many thousands of islands in Indonesia and hundreds of textile traditions, but they all have similarities with each other as well as differences. and they relate to each other like variations on a theme. And to my mind, the entire Nusantara textile tradition deserves UNESCO recognition because they're a single set, because they're all related to each other and they all reference each other through a common history and trade. They form a whole. And so that's why I applaud also the wisdom of the organizers of this forum to include a comparative perspective today. And by chance, that's Batak together with batik. Now, here you have the very familiar poster of the Sustainable Development Goals. And during this seminar, we are focusing on batik and the Sustainable Development Goals agreed upon by the United Nations of the world.
Komplain apa?
Huh? No? Okay.
Okay.
This
Continue.
was
No problem.
the Sustainable Development Goals were established in 2015 by all the members of the United Nations. And the goal is to improve human lives at the same time as protecting the environment through sustainable development. The date for achieving these goals is 2030, so that's over 9 years. And I understand that today's seminar is an initiative of Indonesia, a member country, to explore how to achieve these goals in the cultural heritage sector, and I also applaud this intention. My perspective is probably a little bit eccentric. My perspective is that the textile crafts of Indonesia represent an extremely valuable resource in the global attempt to live within planetary ecological boundaries. My position is that craft traditions represent alternatives to the dominant global systems of production and capitalism, economy, which have brought our planet into a precarious ecological position with global warming and overexploitation of planetary resources and people. 2 years after the SDG agreement, Sustainable Development Goals, came the Paris Agreement, and it's a legally binding agreement to stay within 1.5 degrees of global warming by peaking greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible to achieve a climate neutral world by 2050. This agreement implies and demands rapid and revolutionary economic and social transformation in the global north because that's where most of the emissions are caused. Failure to meet the terms of this agreement will have dire climate consequences that will cost governments, including Indonesia, a great deal of money and will hurt most those who are least responsible for the CO2 emissions. Think of the cyclone either earlier this year in eastern Indonesia, which threatened the lives of many weavers and the viability of their textile craft. And think too of the corona pandemic, which is a result of compromised ecosystems. There's another parallel movement to the two accords that I've mentioned, and it's called the degrowth movement. And it's been developing since the 1970s when scientists recognized the ecological limits to growth. And it's becoming increasingly recognized and established, this degrowth movement. And it highlights a complex problem. One, that capitalism requires growth in order to function. Second, that exponential growth, which is capitalism, means that the terms of the Paris Agreement will not and cannot be met. And third, sustainable development, when it's based on capitalist growth, might be growth, but it's not sustainable. And this is the crux of the problem. Simply put, there's a problem when the SDGs encourage a capitalist growth because precisely this is what leads to environmental degradation and social inequality. Hence, specialists are proposing degrowth as a way for the world to become more equitable, wherein production and consumption can remain within the ecological carrying capacity of the earth. In other words, it's time to see the world upside down. So my map here is upside down on purpose. The word development, once a central, almost universal goal, has become problematic due to social consequences and the limited capacities of the planet. Ever since the colonial era, craft has been seen as a vehicle to enable the poor to climb out of poverty. That was already in the beginning of the 20th century that the Dutch colonialists were talking about this. Revising craft for income generation is currently a predominant economic model for so-called craft development, also in Indonesia. However, research shows that capitalist growth creates poverty. It does not relieve poverty. It grows GDP, but it does not grow well-being. And poverty in the world has never been as great as today, in spite of GDPs growing everywhere. This means that the global north requires rehabilitation because the dominance of its economic and production systems is currently the most pressing global problem. I'm showing here the Batak backstrap loom from the very first picture that was taken of it in around 1880. And I'm showing beside it the ATBM, the semi-mechanical loom, which is being pushed by the government and is gaining ground, overtaking the backstrap loom. Because capitalist growth creates poverty, environmental destruction, and is exploitative, there is a serious problem when craft is transformed into a vehicle for economic growth. I'm speaking of faster looms, greater production, hierarchical workshop settings with a boss, and independent craft makers being transformed into laborers. I believe that the indigenous craft production can serve as an alternative model for business and industry. Indigenous production systems may offer strategies of sustainable production and social equality. Rather than conceptualizing craft as lagging in global economic development, I argue that craft may be treasured as a kind of model that provides for alternative and sustainable economic and production systems. Then the challenge for craft activists becomes how to ensure that indigenous craft systems survive and thrive and are honored rather than transformed into yet another capitalist activity. To explain this, I'm going to talk as much as I can in this short time about the position of Batak textiles in the physical and social environments of Batak society. The social role of hand-woven Batak textiles is an example of what industrial post-colonial society is looking for and longing for when it aspires to become sustainable. We're talking a lot about that lately in Holland. Ulos is the name of a Batak textiles, and I'm showing here the Bintang Meratur, a very beautiful textile. Indonesian people, I think, would all agree that the textiles of their ethnic communities are flags of identity. Each community has unique and characteristic textile designs. In the Batak area, the weaving arts are in severe decline and much textile knowledge has been lost. As a consequence, many Batak people are not aware that the identity function of the cloth relates to much, much more than just how it looks. It also relates to how the cloth was made and how it is used. Because time is short, I'm going to restrict myself briefly to aspects of how it used to be made. Here, I have a little picture of honey in the corner, and I say that Batak textiles are like honey. And what do I mean? A bee collects pollen from the flowers in the near vicinity and makes honey. A weaver, in this case, Opu ni Sihol in the photograph, the elderly lady sitting in the middle, is like a bee. She assembles materials from the near environment and grows an ancient clothing tradition. Batak textiles originally represented the near environment, including various kinds of wood from various trees to make the weaving equipment, grasses growing around the village, used in weaving and dyeing and starching, plants growing in the vicinity to make dyes, local fibers to make yarn, including banana and a different kind of nettle, as well as cotton, and also water next to the village used in the processes that I've mentioned. The indigenous textiles were made using local materials, local knowledge, and stayed within the local ecological capacities. Here, Opung ni Sihol is using local wild indigo, dye pots made from local clay, and she's using the water flowing beside her village, and she's using hand-woven mats made of local grasses to carry her indigo to this site. Her grandchildren are helping and learning. You can call this capacity building, cultural survival, community building, valuing of the elderly, passing on of cultural heritage, or the indigenous education system happening with these children helping their grandmother. Here I have an image to represent what happens when cash generation dominates the craft production system. Currently, Batak textiles are no longer like honey. The fibers and the yarns are imported from elsewhere. The dyes that are used are imported from elsewhere. The equipment used is imported from elsewhere. All of these imports imply CO2 emissions for transportation, and they put Batak people out of work. They therefore also imply loss of skills. And the imported synthetic dyes and yarns are both made from hydrocarbons, from oil. And these hydrocarbons are obtained from sacrifice zones, that is, areas of the world that are destroyed for the sake of economic growth. That is why I'm putting the backstrap loom upside down in this image. Once ecologically sound, Batak weavings today represent the opposite of what they once were. Here I have a village setting with a weaver and her children. Backstrap loom activity in the village helped to create an integrated life. Local know-how was activated and shared when weaving was done. Precisely this kind of community integration is being lost due to industrial style production. There's a loss of skill, there's a reduced knowledge of local environment, loss of local wisdom, loss of position for the elderly in society with attendant generation gaps. And a production hierarchy occurs whereby the weavers become laborers in an owner's or designer's setup instead of continuing as the independent artisans they once were at home. The new loom in the previous image here constructs inequality rather than community. However, community or cultural and historical identity were also produced when weaving was produced in the community. Here I'm showing you tripartitioning in a Batak textile. The kind of cultural integration that I'm trying to describe in Batak society with traditional weaving runs very, very deep. If we look at what the Batak weaver makes, she's demonstrating through her cloth her view of the universe. Our Western eyes that are a colonial legacy, alas, have taught us to look at primarily patterning. But this emphasis on motifs and the visual is not the full story of how textiles represent identity. For the Batak people, basic composition of the textile was important for the whole cloth and all of its parts. Not just motifs, but how they're arranged in the cloth. The basic structure had everything to do with how they understood their universe to be arranged. I have depicted here the basic structure of Batak textiles. And here on the left, you see a Batak textile that absolutely clearly represents that image that I showed you in the previous slide. And to the right, we have supplementary warp patterning. And if you look at it, you see the two stripes on the sides are equal and the same, just like in the cloth, the two sides equal and the same. And the middle is wider and represents the totality of the two sides. So it's a 3-1 unity. This basic structure is found in every part of the textile, traditionally. Here I show it with supplementary weft, and here with twining. So if you look at the images long enough and closely enough, you'll see that every single pattern shown here has the 3-1 structure. It's two sides versus the middle, two sides versus the middle at every level. And that's the Batak aesthetic. They love this. It gives them a sense of completeness, that the textile is made in a complex way, which they used to like. Okay, so that's design, but I would like to show now that that kind of design also runs more deeply in society. We have here 3 cooking stones with the pot maybe of rice or water on top of it. And this represents, in Batak traditional thought, the universe. That tripartitioning that we saw on the textile is here with the 3 cooking pots, and it spills over into every part of Batak society. For instance, they have a clan system, and in the clan, they have a clan that gives wives and a clan that takes wives. So they've got the 3 plus the 3 equals 1 unit in the marriage system. The same with their sense of the universe. The universe consists of an upper world, an underworld, and a middle world where humans live. In the upper world, there are 3 gods, and they have 3 colors representing them. In ritual, in music, in seating arrangements, in the village layout, in the house layout, in wood carvings, in color, all have that 3-part unity that is repeated and repeated. Not only the recapitulation of basic structures was a satisfying traditional aesthetic for the Batak, but also increasingly complex elaborations of the same design arrangement. Here I'm showing that culture history is also represented in that tripartite structure. So I show here on the left a textile from Timor, and on the right a sari from India. So in Batak textiles, we can see links with other parts of the archipelago. We can see links in cultural history to India. We can also see Austronesian influence. And cloth design, in other words, this is just one small example, reveals Batak history, cultural history. Here I'm showing you what I'm calling social production. On the right are the weavers weaving together in 1870 in the Karo area. And on the left picture I took in 1986, weavers helping each other. Design is a community in another sense. Textiles were designed for the community and by the community. They didn't have specialized designers. The specialized design is a colonial invention. They did have talented weavers, and more talented. Some were more talented than others, of course. But designs emerged, developed, and changed through the collective activities of weavers and their communities. Designs grew incrementally from a very small basic and from small basic elements, and then became more and more elaborated, as I've already shown. And the community approved or rejected the innovations that weavers thought of, so that where new designs were accepted, this was always a community decision. The adat community decides when and how a design can be used ritually. So the full range of textiles also represents the full range of social categories in society and in the community. So social organization was reflected in the range of designs. Clearly, textile design represented the whole society and was the work of the whole society. So what was a weaver weaving? What I'm trying to show is holism, that she was weaving life, the traditional weaver. She was weaving together her physical environment. She was reproducing her intellectual universe, her understanding of how the universe fit together. She was constructing community. When you see the grandmother working with her grandchildren and bringing them up to be her continuers of the tradition. She was representing her kinship system with the 3-1 unity. She was revealing her culture history, which is written in the textile. She was learning and expanding her ancient skills. Her identity had many, many layers, variously and deeply significant. And the complexity of her work is spectacular. If you go into it deeply, and of course I can't in only half an hour, I've only given you one small facet of how deeply complex that identity is that is inscribed in a textile. And it was therefore unthinkable that her work would become obsolete or disposable like commodities of the industrial world. Throwing away a textile would be throwing away her whole life. There was no waste in her clothing system. These multiple layers of meaning of intangible cultural heritage disappear when a piece of craft becomes a commodity representing only one single value, money. Then the only value that it has for the maker is at the moment of exchange, or when she gets paid as a laborer. And this represents a considerable loss of social integration, cohesion, pride, know-how, uniqueness, and on and on. So my conclusions. I'm showing here the opposite, from capitalism to craft. I know in the northern countries, we are looking so hard for alternative models that will not do harm to people and the earth. And I have to say that it's so important to lay the whole notion of sustainable development goals beside the Batak textile craft. I have suggested that traditional Batak textile production already meets the sustainable development goals for a sustainable society. And that when the same tradition is used for capitalist development, it becomes unsustainable. And this is what is currently happening. The word development is a problem when it involves industrialization and commoditization and all the consequences thereof for people, culture, communities, and planet. Attempts to use the Batak weaving arts as a source of income generation have not been sustainable. They have led to an expansion of CO2 emissions, expansion of waste, expansion of poverty for the weavers, and loss of know-how, skill, community, all the things that I have already mentioned and more. I propose that we safeguard the possibility of indigenous expression of local genius. I propose that craft systems be recognized and also treasured as models of sustainable production. The whole world, and certainly the global north, needs these models. They can lead the world. Indigenous Batak textiles show how goods can be valued socially when they're not commoditized, how they can produce social harmony and justice without exploitation that has resulted in the world from the capitalist system, how cultural pluriversality functions, and how local textile traditions embody alternative values whereby community well-being rather than money occupies the central position. I hope that these ideas can be included in the creative economy concept. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sandra NIESSEN. Is very beautiful and wonderful presentation talking about Batak textile. So I'm surprised that you are better now compared to me about Batak in North Sumatra. Yeah. Okay, you're talking about Batak textile with the traditional weaving, and also you was talking about beautiful story of the beautiful Batak textile with also weaving is alive, cultural history, and weaver is with community. So very, very wonderful founding about the Batak textile, right? So we will have a question and answer for the last session, right? And now the next panelist, the second panelist, we will listen from the Dr. CHIANG from the Taiwan. Dr. CHIANG obtained the PhD in Archaeology, Cultural Heritage Studies in Leiden University in the Netherlands. Also a Master of Art in Art History in the University of Nottingham, the United Kingdom. And also a Bachelor of Art in History in National Taiwan University. So right now she works as a Director Center for Teaching and Learning, Taipei National University of Arts, Taiwan, and Chief of the Division of Exhibition and Planning, Center for Traditional Arts, Taipei University of the Art. She has a member of Government Advisory Committee for Bureau of Cultural Heritage of the Ministry of Culture. Dr. CHIANG has an international cooperation works in Bali by the project of Taiwan Lion Meets Bali Barong Cat Week, which performed in the Bali International Arts Festival. So let's listen from Dr. CHIANG. Please welcome. Time is yours, about 30 minutes from now. Please.
Thank you so much, Ibu Fifi. And good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to our honorable hosts, our speakers, and also all the participants. Thanks for inviting me to join this very special event. In the past few years, I had opportunities to visit Yogyakarta and its impressive cultural heritage, including its great experiences of serving as the facilitator in the 2016 International Summer Course on Imogiri Heritage Sarjana, participatory planning on Batik Eco Museum. And I also, in the same year, participated in the Gadjah International Batik Biennale. So as my own research interest and the practical experiences lie in the intangible heritage and museum field, I would like to share my observation on the Batik heritage and its related implements in Yogyakarta from the angle of cultural heritage interpretation. And before I start, I would like also to add that I'm currently working with the public TV Taiwan on a series of documentary called Inspiration from the Southeast. And Gadjah is one of the 6 cities that we are going to film. And we are hoping that people in Taiwan can learn and also get inspiration from Gadjah, like myself. So I would like to share my PPT. Okay, yeah. Batik is commonly regarded as intangible cultural heritage, as it is not only concerning craftsmanship, but also individual and collective cultural expressions. It seems that intangible heritage is more people-centered and less space-related. Indeed, intangible heritage is people-centered, and also because of this, the continuation of intangible heritage needs to consider the maintenance of the habitat of human actors. The concept of cultural space has been discussed within this context. So these are some of photos that we had a very great experience in 2016. Interpretation and education to transmit the knowledge and the value between generations and to the public are widely recognized approaches for preserving intangible heritage. Other than that, the maintenance of this related environment, especially the cultural ecology and space, is also a determining factor for the sustainability of the ICH. The profession of heritage preservation has mainly developed from the conservation and the management of physical heritage sites, especially monuments, architectures, and archaeological sites. Hence, it is difficult to consider how to protect intangible heritage and its usually little visualizable cultural space. The place concern and related planning strategies in the case of batik heritage of Yogyakarta is worth of attention in a global professional field. Cultural space was explained as the environment where the cultural expressions routinely or regularly situated at. It was defined as places where cultural and popular activities are concentrated and regularly take place by the regulations relating to the proclamation of the masterpieces of the oral and intangible cultural heritage of humanities in 1998. The concept was impacted by notions generated from natural heritage protection and Japanese legal aspects of intangible cultural properties. Therefore, the continuity of intangible heritage would require attention not just to artifacts, but above all to persons, as well as to their entire habitus and habitat, understood as their life space and social world. So that is to say, the maintenance of ecological environment is an important factor to the continuation of intangible heritage. Simultaneously, the cultural expressions, although invisible, are core to maintain the sense of place. The concept of cultural space is accordant with the notion of cultural landscape in the professional sphere of tangible cultural heritage. The emergence of both concepts on the one hand shows the need to value the holistic feature of cultural heritage in the practice of conservation and management. On the other hand, emerged attention to intangible elements shows also the shift from the Eurocentric model of material heritage conservation to wider diversified ways in many other areas of adopting intangible elements from a holistic point of view. So there are several features of cultural space. The concept of that include first, the speciality of weak materiality. Cultural space is often presented with weak materiality. For instance, a square or open market is a space, yet with little architectural or physical uniqueness. It gains special value only because of human activities. Cultural space are often places of memory, embedded with sensual and emotional attachment by people, even though they are showing weak materiality. Also, in some cases, cultural space may be places of sacredness. Its geographical territory is defined according to unseen speciality. And the second feature of cultural space is cultural expressions and cultural space together form the ensemble. Cultural space is where the cultural expressions situated at. It is only meaningful because of the human activities. Simultaneously, the cultural space is also irreplaceable to the specific human activities, as the sense of place is unique to the human actors and the spatial atmosphere needs to be kept. And the third is about the presence of people is central to the idea of cultural space. And the fourth, regarding the time. Within the cultural space, the existence of cultural expression is permanent, either with the form of continuation or regularly repeated in circulation. For instance, everyday life practice, folk festivals, and so on. And the fifth, regarding concentration. Cultural space is where multiple cultural expressions are concentrated at. Those expressions are undividable. And the sixth feature is living. And there are two meanings of living. Firstly, it means that the cultural expressions are viable and they constantly change in responding to the environment they situated within. Secondly, the term living also accentuates on the everyday life practice, especially everyday life practice of local communities. And seventh, community. The idea of cultural space particularly associated with communities of special attachment to a place. It is concept of collective rather than individual. And based on this, the notion of Indonesian Sarjana heritage reflects the advancement from material-centered conservation model to a better holistic approach comprising tangible and intangible expressions, which are core to cultural identity and social coherence of community. Sarjana means, as far as you can see, the adoption of Java language further shows attempts to address a more autonomous conceptualization of heritage and its conservation practice, aiding to local communication. The use of Sarjana heritage recognizes the existence of non-verbalized elements which comprised the core understanding of the site or place from local, and pointed out the existence of alternative forms of cultural landscape which cannot be captured simply by the Euro-American notion of cultural landscape. I think Sarjana heritage is the very core to build the Gadjah model of sustainable development and hence the core to develop the Batik city. So I would like to propose the idea of Batik scape. As to the case of Batik heritage, the cultural space of Batik includes sacred spaces as well as secular spaces of Batik, and altogether encompass the ecological environment or called the Sarjana heritage. Although the communication of intangible heritage seems to be constrained by time and invisibility, identifying the cultural space of Batik, or called Batikscape, and clarifying the layers potential for delicate interpretation will contribute more than just the communication or continuation of Batik. It also works toward a sustainable development of the city and the communities. Thinking Batik in terms of place and adopting strategies of urban design are important steps in this regard. Particularly, the strategies have been informed by comprehensive and profound information that have been built up by tremendous efforts of researchers and Batik communities in Yogyakarta. So there are some possible layers of Batikscape, including spaces of cult and the sacred sites, the everyday life practice, and the rites of passage of communities, and also the daily commercial activities. And the spaces of making including the studios of making, village-based educational training spaces, and so on. And also the production of materials and the tools, including the production space of dye materials, wax stamps, and so on. And also the field and environment related to the production. The field and environment related, for instance, the field of Indigofera tinctoria, the river related to the dyeing process, forests of beeswax production, and so on. And also the places related to patterns, for instance, the sacred mountains, agricultural fields, and also some may be special, also the places of presentation. And some places may be related to the special memories, so they are site of memories. So to prepare the interpretation strategies for safeguarding and sustainable development, identifying layers of batikscape based on the principle of authenticity is the premier step. And as defined by the 2008 ICOMOS INAMI Charter on the Interpretation and the Presentation of Cultural Heritage Sites, heritage interpretation refers to the full range of potential activities intended to heighten public awareness and enhance understanding of cultural heritage sites. It includes wide ranges of interpretation activities, including visual display, educational programs, and community activities, and so on. And the charter also mentioned that there are 7 principles concerning heritage interpretation. The principles actually reflected ongoing discussions concerning the widely noted issues of heritage interpretation, as they were closely related to cultural tourism and museum practice in the recent decades. So there are 7 principles, such as here. First is about the essays and the understanding. Interpretation and presentation programs should facilitate physical and intellectual access by the public to cultural heritage sites. And the second, information sources. Interpretation and presentation should be based on evidence gathered through accepted scientific and scholarly methods, as well as from living cultural traditions. And the third, about attention to context and setting. The interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage sites should relate to their wider social, cultural, historical, and natural contexts and settings. And the fourth is about the principle of authenticity. So the interpretation should respect the basic tenets of authenticity in the spirit of NARA document. And the fifth is regarding planning for sustainability. The interpretation plan for cultural heritage site must be sensitive to its natural and cultural environment, with social, financial, and environmental sustainability among its central goals. And the sixth is concern for inclusiveness. The interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage sites must be the result of meaningful collaboration between heritage professionals, hosts, and associated communities and other stakeholders. And the seventh is about the research, training, and evaluation. So among the 7 principles, I would like to pay special attention to the 5th and the 6th, as they present what I was impressed greatly from the practice concerning batik heritage in Yogyakarta. I feel that this practice are worth of wider attention and will contribute to the heritage practice for sustainable development in other areas. So the 5th, planning for sustainability. The definition of that shows that the interpretation plan for cultural heritage site must be sensitive to its natural and cultural environment, with social, financial, and environmental sustainability among its central goals. The issue of sustainability is not simply related to the sustainability of ICH, but also the sustainability of its habitat and community. And I think the practice of Gallery Batik Java, a Jogja-based brand, has shown the great potential of this. It shows four dimensions. Firstly, the environmental sustainability. Since the synthetic dye was mass-produced in the late 19th century, it replaced natural dye and resulted in negative environmental impact. The Gallery Batik Java devoted to the research and the use of natural indigo dye for aiding to the environmental sustainability. As a success of a grant, we have seen rapid growing of the natural dye batik, especially natural indigo dye in Gadjah. Moreover, in order to meet the market demand, the growing number of indigo ferra tinctorial agriculture is foreseeable. And the second dimension regarding the social sustainability, assisting local female batik makers and hence to help with their family revenue is one clear aim of Gallery Batik Java. The process of shunting is applied by female makers in the village, and indigo dyeing is processed by the workshop of Gallery Batik Java. Fair trade is accentuated by the brand. And also the cultural sustainability and creativity. The use of pure indigo color seems different from Javanese batik tradition and creates feeling of freshness and sense of design, especially fit into modern life globally. It was actually a creative transformation based on tradition of batik making. The traditional dyeing process of Javanese batik started from the first layer of indigo and proceed to the second step of sorghum dye. The Gallery Batik Java kept the first step and also preserved traditional patterns. At the same time, ensure viability of tradition with responding to the demand of life now. And according to the principle 6, it shows that the interpretation and the presentation of cultural heritage sites must be the result of meaningful collaboration between heritage professionals, hosts, and associated communities and other stakeholders. It concerns the participation of contemporary communities in shaping and redefining interpretative programs. The following two cases relating to Gadjah batik heritage show the participation of local communities. They are among many other cases in Gadjah. I think community participation is significant in shaping the sustainable development in Gadjah. This is the case of Borobudur and the extensive communities. The community efforts to bring mass tourists to the World Heritage Site Borobudur to extensive surrounding villages and communities through local guide and village tours has shown great potential to form a Gadjah model of interpretation and sustainable development. And the on the screen showed our great guide in 2014, Mr. Hatta, and he is now the director of Borobudur Association of Village Economy Office. And we really learned a lot from his great guidance covering the conservation of the site and about the knowledge of the surrounding villages. Also, the photo shows one of the efforts of connecting the World Heritage Site to the village by batik. The tourists visiting Borobudur were required to wear batik sarong like this for showing respect to the sacred site. Instead of providing mass-produced printed sarongs, the initiator Mr. Jack Prayatna. He is now also the chairperson of Borobudur Tourism Network. He contacted the management of Borobudur Tourism Company Limited and facilitated local batik workshops to produce the tourist salons. Local communities, mostly women, participated in the making process and received revenue from it. The production and the tours are now impacted by the pandemic situation, and I really, with great hope that it will recover soon in the near future. So you can see the female craftists are working at the workshop, and also their kids can be together with them in the working. And the other case is the extensive participation of Gadjah schools and various NGOs in using batik for aiding social sustainability of Gadjah communities. Although the schools or involving communities may come from diverse backgrounds, such as different religions and ethnicities, I think batik served as educational resource for forming dialogue within society or for cultivating young craft and design talents who may come from economic underprivileged families. So in conclusion, I would like to address 3 points. First, continuation of batik heritage needs to consider its cultural space. A holistic strategy adopting urban design tools is useful. And second, cultural space may not be always visually identifiable, since time-specific is feature of intangible heritage. How to visualize or to make the regularity and everyday practice within the cultural space sensible, and to balance it with authenticity is worth of attention. And the third, the continuation of batik heritage is not only related to the sustainability of the ICH, but also to the cultural, social, environmental, and economic sustainability of communities of Gadjah. The wide participation of diverse actors in interpreting and continuing batik heritage shows the great potential of using batik as approach for aiding quality of life of Gadjah communities, maintaining and even expanding the openness of participation in the heritage interpretation essential to the sustainable development. And thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chiang, for the excellent presentation. So she explained about the interpreting the batikscape for sustainability. Also, she explained that intangible heritage and future features of cultural space, such as cultural expression and cultural space, the presence of people, time, concentration, living, and community related to Jogja Saujana heritage and batik space. Also talking about Jogja community and some principles of the interpretation plans. Very interesting. So let's continue to the third panelist is Ms.Linina from Bangkok, Thailand. Ms.Linina is a UNESCO accredited facilitator for capacity building workshops for the intangible cultural heritage in Asia Pacific region with experiences in Thailand, the Philippines, and Pakistan. Nina is an individual specialist at UNESCO working on projects related to intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development, community-based inventorying and safeguarding education and global citizenship. At Chulalongkorn University, she teaches cultural policy and cross-cultural communication. She has written books on community-based research, and she also co-founder and co-host of Witcast, a Thai edutaining podcast program on pop science and social sciences with over 40,000 subscribers. Well, I saw your podcast, Nina, before. So yeah, you are there and podcast. Very interesting. Yeah. Ms. Nina, time is yours until about 4 o'clock. Yeah, 30 minutes from now. Please welcome.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, and good
morning.
evening, and Sawasdee
Good
ka.
afternoon.
So my name is Linina Putitan, and I'm from Thailand. So I'm very happy to be here today to share with you the case studies about intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development from Thailand. So let me start with this slide. So I'm very impressed by the minister's talk, speech, and Dr. Sandra and Dr. Kay's talk, because they have covered the most important concepts about, sustainable development goals, that we have to be careful because, even in the realm of intangible cultural heritage, or let me call for short ICH from now on, we have to be very careful that we are not instrumentalize, ICH for sustainable development or vice versa, but rather to see, the resonance or the relationship of how ICH and sustainable development can really support or, share the principles and concepts together. And at the same time, when we talk about sustainable development, when we look at the goals, the UN goals, it can be quite challenging because when we try to see, okay, when we have to analyze how is a festival or how is the farming ritual in a specific village relating to any of the SDGs here. And it can be challenging sometimes because the SDGs, when they're formulated, maybe it's kind of more abstract when you try to relate to the intangible, to the abstract, to the meaning, to the spirituality, that is the very core, the very spirit of ICH. So when, in my experiences, whenever I talk about ICH and sustainable development, that it has to talk only about economic growth, economic regeneration, have to talk about tourism only, and stuff like that. But in reality, sustainable development, you can see 17 goals, and maybe in the future we might have more. It transcends beyond just money, just like how Dr. Sandra was saying. And I was particularly touched by Dr. Kay's talk when she referred to the cultural space, because without the cultural space, the living heritage, the ICH that is very much associated with the space would be at risk or would be gone. So let me go through my case studies. First of all, just to give an overview, like a one sentence summary of the convention that talks or addresses about the intangible and SD and sustainable development. It says that the convention, the 2003 convention for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage, recognizes the importance of ICH as a mainspring of cultural diversity and a guarantee of sustainable development. So what does that mean? It can be broken down into four main pillars. The first one is inclusive social development. We can see that ICH is, a lot about traditional health practices and systems. It talks about food security. It's about equitable resources management, quality education. When we talk about education and ICH, we talk about, transmission, whether it's intergenerational transmission from parents, from grandparents to children, or we can talk about, formal education at school that teaches about living heritage. But all of these about, for example, how to do textile weaving or how to do farming, that's lifelong education. That's lifelong skills that sticks with you forever. You can make clothes out of just cotton and you can dye it with, natural dyes. You can do farming, you know how to pick mushrooms from the farm, from the forest, and you'll never go hungry. So that's ICH is about, lifelong skills and education. It talks about social cohesion and justice and also gender roles. ICH in many festivals, rituals, traditional knowledge, pretty much has some kind of concepts about, it shapes gender roles. And at the same time, in some cases, let's say, to be honest, they're not always beautiful. In some cultures, there's still some kind of sexist kind of practices and taboos going on. But at the same time, the ICH itself, when it recognizes the rights of all genders, then in return, it can help redefine and reopen for a dialogue for gender roles and equitable rights. So that's the first pillar. The second one, environmental sustainability. So a lot of traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge addresses climate action and pretty much centers and revolves around sustainability of food resources, like sustainable production and consumption of natural resources. It promotes and enhances biodiversity, which I will further elaborate with the case study that I have prepared today. The third pillar is about economic development. So sustainable production and consumption, like the batik, the batik production, the textile, how to use the natural indigo, how to make sure that you will not produce waste as it might have been in the industries or factories with chemical dyes without a proper water treatment. But because the communities live in that, forest or in that natural environment, so they must be careful about the toxins that they will produce and in return be affected by them. So a lot of traditional wisdom addresses and highlights sustainability in the production and consumption, enough for eating, enough for use, and not overconsumption and overproduction, and also about sustainable employment. And again, with certain set of skills and knowledge, you would never really go poor or hungry, or it can reduce poverty with the skills. With the skills, you go everywhere, you can get employed, you can craft things out of your knowledge, plus the creativity and innovation and development. Last one, peace and security. So when we talk about sustainability, especially with ICH, this is probably one of the most important things that ICH is a wellspring for this, but it's really rather concrete. When people, abstract, people think about, sustainable development is about other things, but many festivals, many rituals, or way of life, it's all about their social and cultural identity. It's about pluralism. It's about their history. It's about their collective memories that gives meaning to them and gives their meaning to feeling of belonging to their group of people. So it's about solidarity. It's about peace. It doesn't even talk about money. It doesn't even talk about tourism. It doesn't even talk about anything, but it just talks about life. It just talks about how we can be part of the community. And like in Africa and in the Philippines, there are a lot of ICH and practices that prevents conflicts and resolves conflicts through the traditional way. So let me start with a story. So this is a picture of a current farm in Chiang Mai, Thailand, that I got a chance to visit as a project. As a program officer for UNESCO. So in year 2018 or to year 2019, when I went up to Chiang Mai in Thailand, in Ban Mae Lan Kam village. So when I stayed there like many nights, but on one morning, the headmaster's wife woke me up early in the morning and said, "Nina, can you come and help me catch the chicken? They're running away and perhaps you can help me." So I did. And after that, I said, like, let's get on the back of the truck and let's go to our farm. So I did. And I had a question of like, what is like, what's happening? But I really went with the flow. So when I arrived at that farm, I saw that, wow, their paddy field was so green, so lush, so beautiful. And there was a stream meandering by the border of the farm. And they said that, but what they said was, there's a problem with our farm, with our paddy field. It's so yellow. And I was like, I can't tell even the shades of yellow or green, like healthy green. They said there's a problem with our soil, with our land. There's some people might disturb the spirits, the mother nature, the spirit of the farm, called Kwan or Pi in Thai. And so we're here to perform ceremony to appease the spirits, to ask for forgiveness. So this is what they did with the chicken. Chicken. I helped catch you in the morning. So they just out of nothing, like the current my current friend just took out like a knife, and with just one knife, he just went to cut a bamboo tree down, and then he just slice it down into bamboo sheets, and then just wove this mini spirit house. And with all of that, like they just did it just with one knife. And this is the way to appease the spirit. So there are three units of the thing to ask for. You see the knife there, and this. Can you guess what it looks like? It looks like an axe. They told me this looks like an axe. So this is an axe to point out to, unforeseeable enemies that don't come and disturb our farm. And these represent chains to, tie down any enemies of bad spirits so that they would no longer disturb the farm. So they have certain beliefs. And, but the point that I realized is that after the ceremony, they just went into the field and they just picked vegetables and herbs right from the farm. So the current farming technique in Ban Mae Lan Kam Chiang Mai is that in their same plot of land, they just through seeds of like 70 kind of like species or seeds of plants and rice all together and just let them randomly grow. But then they have the knowledge and expert, and they never have to water the plant. They said that let their angels take care of it. So through all the seasons, they have to understand the knowledge about seasons. When it's rainy season, when it's the right time to do the farming. So they will start, preparing the land and stuff like that. So throughout the whole year, they said that their farm, throughout different seasons, different kind of herbs, plants, mushrooms will come. And they said that they refer to their agricultural farms as refrigerator. So whenever they want to cook something, they told me like, oh, I will go to my refrigerator first. And that's how they do it. So in this picture, he just picked herbs, and these are the mushrooms. And this is a rat trap. So this is the headmaster's assistant was, teaching hands-on to the children of how to build rat trap. These are all the different herbs and flowers that they had knowledge. So in this picture, you can see some pencils and notepads. So when I went there, they were actually doing the intergenerational transmission activity where elders, seniors, aunties, mothers, grandparents brought their kids and grandchildren to the farm to, pick and learn about different flowers and herbs and uses and taste together. So I had a chance to also taste it. So they just quickly make the food out of their farm, out of their refrigerator. So what I learned is that this traditional wisdom, the way of life of the Karen, which reside in many provinces of Thailand in the north and also in the west, they're all scattered and they have different sub-names and subgroups. But overall, their way of life is simple, self-reliant and self-sufficient way of life that revolves around kuchuri or rotational farming. And it's, they relate to it from birth to death. When a baby is born, they would take the umbilical cord and tie it around a tree in the forest. And that means that now the tree and the baby are bonded together for life, forever. What does that mean? It means that the well-being of the tree is resonant with the well-being of that child, of that baby. So therefore, the Karen people must take care of that tree forever in the forest. They cannot cut down the tree, of course not. And this concept, the child, when they grow up, they always take care of that tree. So this traditional wisdom and knowledge or stratagem is actually our current way of protecting the natural resource and environment. And with their plot of lands, they inherit for like 200 to 300 years from their ancestors who first settled in Thailand and scattered all around the provinces. They just never deforest further from the land that they got. So they stick with the plot of land. They might break it down into 7 subunits. And then each year, first year, they will focus on the first unit and then rotate to the second year and second plot, third year, third plot, fourth year. And then when they're done, they return back to first plot. So that means they would leave their land to re-enrich with the soil natural fertilizing process. So they don't have to use any chemicals or pesticides, and they don't have to cut down any forest for further land of use. But unfortunately, in Thailand, even me, 30 plus years ago, even the Thai education system, we put in our textbook that, Highlanders are the slash and burn people, meaning that they're the one who deforest the mother nature, and then they're all blamed for, burning the forest and stuff like that. It got mixed up with other groups of people who do, short-term agricultural practices, but they themselves are sustainable rotational farming, and they, like I said, they have a lot of beliefs and taboos and even restrictions not to harm or pollute the water source. Because if something bad happens, if the water source is dirty, the spirit of the water will be angry. If they cut down the tree, then the tree will be angry, and then something bad will happen to them, whether it's sickness, unexplainable, inexplicable death, or accident. So with this belief, they really protect their water sources, their streams, their forest. And every year, even though they were not responsible for burning the forest, the national forest, but they always set up, teams, 300 people. I have friends who are current, and each year they would send us pictures, updates, and ask for help for equipment and tools, stuff like that, to put out the wildfire and to put out the fire started by other people. So they actually are protectors of the forest and land, of Mother Nature. And because of this, they also believe in biodiversity, whether it's in the herbs and vegetables, as well as in the forest around them. Because the more the biodiversity, it means that the richer their life will be. When I visited their farm, they just cooked me a meal that used about 70 herbs and plants. And I thought to myself, wow, in Bangkok, that we talked about like supplemental vitamins, about probiotics and prebiotics, something like that, will help enhance your health. But here, people are naturally living every day with very natural, good sources of vitamins and herbs and nutrients, and very organic too. They don't use pesticides or fertilizers at all, because that will disturb the purity of the land. So, but the thing is, they're living with difficulty right now because they began the settlement about 200 to 300 years ago. But the announcement for the Reserve Forest Act, the Community Forest Act, and the National Park Act came pretty recently, like about maybe 30 to about 50 years ago. But they came before that. So, there's a dispute about, like, they're seen as like they have to be driven out of their own land because they are living next to or near the zone of the national forest that had been just recently announced. I mean, relatively compared to their ancestral settlement. So of course they have to go through negotiations, they had to go through protests sometimes, and they had to go through academic research to have this dialogue. And what's worse is the public view of them as the deforesters, when they're actually the opposite. They're the one working so hard days and nights, putting out the wildfire or the fire started by other people. And every year they have a ceremony, the ICH, called Buat Pa. Buat mean to, very blunt translation would be to become a monk, and Pa mean forest. So Buat Pa means that you put a monk robe around a tree. That means that this now becomes a sacred tree. And of course, with the belief of sacredness, you don't destroy it, you don't cut it. And they do that every year, too many trees, too many plants. So you can see that it's actually the opposite. So with this, I feel that I was especially touched by Dr. K's talk when she mentioned the word cultural space. And that immediately rang in my head, like, yeah, this space for them is definitely a sacred space. A sacred space. It's sacred. And even with lovingness, with so much values, the current values are actually even transferred to how they adore the farms and the natural resources. They even have a nickname for older brother, older sister, younger sister, younger brother, to call different kinds of farm. They don't call it farm, just farm or it. They call it P or Na, which mean older brother or sister, and younger brother and younger sister. The relationship is important. My current friends told me that the current values revolve around the word relationship. And I asked them, relationship between what or with whom? And then they said, number one, relationship with one another, between the community members. They're like a big family together. Number two, relationship with Mother Nature, as in with the farm, with the birds, with the animals. Before they would kill something, or before they would even burn their land in preparation for next year's agriculture, they would choose the right season, the right timing. They have to use wisdom that this is when all the leaves and plants they cut down in preparation are driest, so that when they burn it, it will be quickly finished in half an hour for the whole mountain. Okay, so they have to be really careful about that. So before they do that, they have to perform ceremony to ask for forgiveness, to use the fire. Even they can't just use fire randomly. They have to make appease the spirit of fire, and they have to perform loud ceremony to drive out any small animals so that they would not die unintentionally. So relationship with nature. Third, relationship with the supernatural. So they have many ceremonies that pay respect to the spirits, whether the spirits of the angels, of heaven, the celestial. They have ceremonies about various stars, about the river, about the mountain, about the trees, about the water, about fire, about their ancestors, and all other kind of spirits. So they said that the relationship is very strong about three things, and that they can never have this way of life without their kutchui, or without their farm. So Dr. K's talk reminded me of this. Sacred space, yes, and it's a living space. Is how they live. They don't need. They told me that they might be interested in tourism, like eco tourism, but if the eco tourism would destroy their way of life, they said that they don't care about the money because they're already rich. They have their own refrigerator 24/7. They don't have to buy anything. They weave their own textiles, like in this important village leader. This is hand woven, the orange one, and as well as his bags. So yeah, they don't need it. They said that, and they have collective memories that are passed down from the generation to generation. It's about cultural expression that are inseparable from this sacred space, because they can't just do it to perform it in concrete town, in urban settings. No, they cannot do that. And it's about people, time, and community, because timing is very important. They have to understand and be able to read seasons. And that's how they transfer and transmit their knowledge about the universe, about natural settings to the youth through traditional way of transmission, which is orally. They don't write down stuff. But recently, when UNESCO has been working with them, many community members, they expressed their interest that they wanted to transcribe parts of the songs, part of the teachings down, so that there'll be some kind of written forms that can also be used at the local schools too, because the way of life is kind of slightly changing compared to other places, but still they're concerned that the modernity and globalization might change the minds of the youth. So might as well integrate that in formal education at school. So a lot of it has been transcribed, and a lot of knowledge and ways have been systematically and in a structured way transcribed and studied and done down by the community members themselves. So this is one of the examples that I was very impressed. And that afternoon, I stayed there many days, but one afternoon I went with them, and a woman, an auntie, said that she has like a gum ache. She said that, oh, my tooth is really aching. So she just took out her knife. Like all of them would have like a short knife, by their waist. And she just took out and she just cut out a bark. And it looked like it was bleeding. And I wondering, and she just kept, walking and chewing on it. And I asked her what it is. And later on, I did a little research, and I found out that the scientific name is sapine, and excuse me, I cannot say the scientific name, but in Thai is ganfang. And the medicinal properties of it, if you look it up scientifically, is for toothache and gum ache. So I asked them, how did you know? They said, because our ancestors tried. It's through trial and error. Whatever worked, it get passed down. And this is one of the things that everybody here knows. And that really amazed me to talk about, to learn from them that, it's pretty much about science in their own way, in the indigenous way. In Thai, some Thai people don't like the word indigenous. because it has a negative connotation, but let's say local ethnic way of life. And this is at the headmaster's house. They were doing the project to do the inventorying, to do the cultural mapping together. And usually not for this activity only, but this is their way of life. Everybody comes together to help sort out something, to contribute to something. So the current ethnic food way or way of life, so it addresses, I can't just list down one ICH, but you can see the overall holistic picture. It talks about life on land, health, food sustainability or security, climate action, social solidarity and peace, and lifelong skills education. So this is, I have like a short video that my friends and I recorded when we visited another province, current in other province in Kanchanaburi, and they made their own instruments. And this is like a bird shape. And the songs is pretty much teaching about the importance of preserving and protecting water, and as well about hornbills. So I will show you just maybe like 30 seconds of the song. Can you hear the sound though?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, sorry. How about now? Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Just a moment. I think I have to start screen sharing again here.
Yes, good sound.
So yeah, just a very short clip just to show that they made a song based on the old rhythm and things like that. So you can see that ICH is everywhere. It's also how they transmitted their knowledge and also care and lessons about, you know, Mother Nature through songs, through musical performance and things like that. So I have about 10 minutes left. Am I right? Yeah, so I will show another case studies. Actually, I have prepared so many case studies. I will just prepare another one, which is so much in trend with the global happening, a bad trend actually, the COVID-19. This is called ataleo. It's made of bamboo sticks in the current ethnic groups, but also I found out that not only current, but also the Thai ethnic groups. So there are many other ethnic groups in, let's say, in the northern part where I specifically had a chance to meet them. And for information, I got this pictures and summary from this source down here, so you can check it out. There, UNESCO, I and UNESCO also had a chance to work with 5 schools in Chiang Mai, and one of the schools did a curriculum on Talao, but I didn't put the pictures up here, but just to show you that the pictures are taken from this website. So the ethnic groups in Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, and Mae Hong Son provinces, which are in the northern part of Thailand. So because of the COVID-19, they revitalized the old tradition that had been last practiced 80 years ago. And this tradition was called Groyi, which means to close or protect the home or village. So this kind of tradition was practiced a long time ago, and they said it was very rare. They don't really practice it that much, but they did it again because of the COVID-19. And they said that last time that it happened, it was cholera that was spreading all around. So what is this Groyi tradition? What is it about? So when the COVID-19 struck everybody, including all the villages, all the ethnic groups, these current and Thai ethnic groups, they had a way to deal with it with their traditional practice and ritual. So you can see the bamboo, woven bamboo in the shape of three legs of tripod. So this meant that, you know, this is a male one, and they put rice and offering to the spirits. And you can see the shape up here. So they will put up in front of the village. They will close the village. And they said that this is because it's the time that they realize that there's a pandemic or epidemic going on, and they have to close and quarantine their village with this tradition. And they will put up a sign. So they'll put up the bamboo fence, as well as signs like the talawan here, like the woven thing. So it's a warning and sign that people, especially the ethnic groups surrounding the communities, they realize once right away, if they walk into a village or in front of a village and they see the talao, the woven bamboo tripods here or shapes, then they realize something is wrong with this village or something wrong with the area outside of a village. That's why it's closing itself. But the severity of it, how can they indicate how severe the situation or how grave it is? They have to look at all the other components. Can you see what this is? This is a gun. So they carved a gun and pointing out from the village. It means that there is something really serious disease going on outside of the village, and therefore we're protecting ourselves against it. So with simple symbols that, you know, when all the communities, surrounding communities learn, they understand about it. So there's also dagger. There are also guns, and there's also swords shaped. And other than that, they also put up a sign. You can see here, stop COVID-19. And it says that do not enter. Okay, they do not enter at all. And they also put up a sign that since 24th of March last year, so this village, we're closing ourselves for how many days, etc. And this tradition had been long practiced, but again, it was so rare that it took, I mean, last time it happened was 70 or 80 years ago. But you can see what I'm trying to say is that it still lives in their memory. This is the traditional way of transmission of ICH, is through memories, collective memories of seniors that pass down to younger generations, and they memorize it. They memorize it on how to do it. So here what they did is that they will prepare baskets. They would do baskets, and they will put a lot of like chili, salt, tobacco, cumin, sacred herbs, and many other things to put in the baskets as to, you know, pay respect to the spirits.
Sorry, Nina,
or to
2 minutes more, please.
Okay,
2 minutes
sure.
more.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah. So after they perform all the ceremony, then they will do together. Now let me jump to this conclusion. The way that they feel that this ICH addresses and more relevant to them, and it's a reflection, is because the state support or measures are not always practical or affordable for the indigenous. For example, social distancing is really against their way of life. And sanitary masks, alcohol, and all other medicine and gel, they're expensive. And, you know, it's unequal distribution, even though some people might, you know, bring by trucks, but some faraway villages in the rural area, they're cut off and they receive much less. So they have their own way of dealing and combating against the pandemic. And they said that let me read a quote to end this case study. They said that it's about emotional healing through spiritual ceremony. And we know that mental health is very important. We don't know yet if the ceremony could really help protect us against the COVID-19. We just know that we feel better and calm after performing it. Elders are praying for us, and it makes us feel warm-hearted. So in a way, this is a measure to reduce our anxiety and give us moral support, which is absolutely necessary for us all in order to stand up and fight against this crisis. So yes, so just to end that, you know, ICH and sustainable development, they're really pretty much interrelated. ICH supports sustainable development in many ways, and at the same time—
I'm sorry, Nina, time is over. Can you finish it?
Yes. So, and sustainable development can also be a drive for people to reevaluate and to reopen a dialogue whether our ICH intangible cultural heritage is meeting, you know, is fully supporting sustainable development and respecting all rights or not. So I'm ending my presentation with that conclusion with the case studies in Thailand. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms.Linina, for the interesting presentation. You are talking about SDGs case in Thailand, also some projects in UNESCO, right? And about cultural community, conservation and biodiversity, relationships among the elements of biodiversity with supernatural and nature, also secret and space. Also, you saw sapan tree, sapans. In Jogja, there is a kind of tree of secang. Sapan in Jogja is for natural beverage and also natural dyes for batik, for the red color. Yes, and then you also talking about the Kroy, yeah, it's very interesting, related to COVID-19 in the village here in Thailand. Okay, thank you, Ms.Linina. Also, we continue to the next presentations. It's from Dr. Ege Yildirim from Turkey. I read the curriculum vitae. Dr. Ege Yildirim is an urban planner specializing in heritage conservation and management with over 20 years of experience working in Turkey and internationally. Her interest areas include cultural heritage policy, advocacy and governance, UNESCO World Heritage, and sustainable development. Based in Istanbul since 2013, she is an independent consultant. Ege obtained her bachelor in city planning and minor in architectural conservation at Middle Eastern University, MA in conservation at the University of York, and PhD in social environmental sciences in Ankara University. Most recently, Ege served as the ICOMOS focal point for the Sustainable Development Goals for the term to 2016 to 2020. ICOMOS is an international council on movements and sites. ICOMOS is a non-governmental international organization dedicated to the conservation of the world's monuments and sites. So please, Dr. Ege, time is yours, about 30 minutes from now. Please,
Thank you.
welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, Ibu Vivi. Well, I should start by saying selamlar. That is a Turkish version of salam pambuka, I believe, from the Arabics. So that's another intangible cultural heritage that connects us across the continent's language. And thank you very much to Laretna, especially for inviting me, and the UGM and the organizing team and the Honorable Minister. It's a pleasure to be here with colleagues talking about very interesting, diverse aspects of our topic, ICH and sustainability today. I will try to present a perspective of international heritage policy. It will possibly sound high level and abstract sometimes, but it really only makes sense when connected to the ground. So case studies like the ones that have been presented or the ones that the participants are working on, I think it will always be meaningful to try to make the connections and how to apply these concepts into our daily work. So I'd like to make that disclaimer from the start for you. And hopefully these points I make will be useful for your work going forward. So let me move to the next slide. Well, today is May 21st. You may be aware that it's the World Day for Cultural Diversity for Dialogue and Development. So happy World Day for Cultural Diversity, everybody. I wanted to acknowledge that while we are here together. You can hear me all right, right? I've just started to talk, yes. But just to make sure that you can, okay, very good, thank you. So what we're talking about today is very relevant to this World Day, of course. There are various events happening around the world to celebrate, and ours can count as one of them. The outline of my presentation is roughly like this, just touching on the scope of heritage, how intangible heritage fits into the holistic picture, which you actually all know, so I'll have to go quickly. Overview of how the SDGs work as a technical UN instrument, where they came from, a brief overview, and then going into the connection of heritage policy and the SDGs and what I've been involved in over different international networks over the past few years. And ending with, again, this year is a special year for us. It's the International Year of Cultural Economies, creative economies, sorry, for sustainable development. So here are just a few reminders of the definitions of our keywords. And, you know, I like to use this sometimes just to set ourselves in clear definitions, or just to provoke the thinking that the concepts we use are sometimes going into each other, blurring the lines, and they're all connected in some way. There are pieces of each other. And for example, the culture-nature connectedness is now, which has been actually a part of indigenous societies, communities, you know, since ages, has now been kind of rediscovered by modern, let's say, capitalist systems. These are all inherent in the holistic notion of heritage, really. I'm not going to read out the definitions for you, but intangible heritage, cultural heritage, it does sit between cultural and natural heritage, and this habitat idea that was mentioned before, which I find great. So if we had to try to provide some kind of a holistic short definition of it, here's one that we used recently in our ICOMOS publication that I'll talk about later on the SDGs. Based on the government of Quebec's recent legislation. It's just covering all kinds of assets, tangible and intangible, natural and cultural, that reflect identity and values of a society and passes them on from generation to generation. And this passing on fosters the sustainability of development. And talking about sustainable development, here is just a reminder of the conceptual background. It's been in discussion since, you know, the mid-20th century. Some of these concepts were touched on before about environmental ethics and versus the capitalist ethos of growth. This has been addressed for decades now. And in 1987, the historic report, Our Common Future, gave us the definition that is still pretty much the current authority on which definition we should go to, although there have been derivatives of it. It's just development that meets our needs while meeting the needs of our grandchildren. I mean, our generation and the future generations needs to meet their needs, ability to meet their needs. Here you see the triple bottom line of the economic, environmental, social dimensions or pillars of sustainability, which is now being questioned in terms of how culture it should be the fourth pillar, and that's one of our advocacy work streams. And the SDGs are actually the 2.0 version of the MDGs, you might remember, the Millennium Development Goals, which were the previous 15 years before 2015. And the same crises apply. That's why we are trying to bring in a global plan of action with the SDGs, the rising population exponentially and the carbon emissions, the climate change inducing emissions, the global inequalities of wealth and power within and among countries. These are at the root of environmental and social crises and conflicts today. And they are continuing, of course, and in the 2015 iteration of Sustainable Development Global Policy, the real difference could be said that now it's all the world's shared problems. They are not just the least developed or developing countries, but the world is interconnected. All countries need to deal with all kinds of issues that make up our life. You know, everything under the sun has been addressed under these 17 themes. You will know that there are 5 principles, the 5 P's so-called, which this plan of action is about: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. The first 3 of these correspond to the 3 pillars that we mentioned before: society, economy, and the environment. Again, where is culture, you could ask. The 17 goals have 169 targets in them, and this whole agenda, it should be remembered that it is based really on human rights. The 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights is still the foundational document, and the inclusiveness, the taking care of the most vulnerable groups, and the slogan "Leave no one behind." These are the most anchoring ethical principles, really. It's always good to keep that in mind. And the SDGs really have their baby agendas, if this is a mother agenda, or associated thematic UN agendas about urban, the new urban agenda, of course, the climate accords. Climate actually is maybe, you could say, bigger than the SDGs in terms of its urgency, in terms of the way that it's discussed, and how it's visible as a serious, urgent, catastrophic issue that we're dealing with. And a lot of our work, be it intangible cultural heritage, tangible, or urbanism, urban planning, which I do, increasingly there is no escape. We need to connect it to the climate action that we need to take. There's also agendas on disaster and finance, and implementation through localization are also keywords in making these big ideas meaningful into realities for people who are actually living their daily lives, and the units that make the real change. So there are these UN instruments on national levels, but local governments are increasingly important. So there's a lot of stakeholder sector like convergences, partnerships that are being promoted. And the future looks like it's going to be more and more local governments. So I would advise you to follow the local policy around you. That's how we can actually connect our heritage work with mainstreaming into sustainable development, I could say. And coming to heritage and how it sits within the sustainable development in our policy work. Well, ICOMOS has several declarations on this. Maybe the bottom line is that heritage is not just monuments, which is often still perceived by non-heritage stakeholders, actually. It is an evolving resource. It is about identity, memory, sense of place, as mentioned before. The redefinitions that we are undergoing about, as I said, culture, nature, and the widening of our scope to include many other unconventional topics in our work, heritage and gender, heritage and economy, heritage and migration, heritage and climate action. This kind of communication and partnering with new sectors is actually a new trend that is going to increase. And we're also reconceptualizing what risk and resilience means, how we manage change, how we have to adapt to changing circumstances. And here, intangible cultural heritage is often referred to as living heritage, and this is a huge potential here. I think there's a lot of things we can say, connecting the themes. In times of COVID-19, of course, we saw what this all really played out as, how culture, heritage resources, our traditions were a source of comfort for us and a source of resilience, you could say. So how is culture and heritage advocated in the UN global policy documents? UNESCO has been generating resolutions and meetings and documents for a long time. There have been some seminal ones like Hangzhou and Cultural Urban Future Report, but we still find that the potential is underrepresented, underestimated. We have only one target and no goal. So maybe in the next iteration, there will be a global culture goal or a heritage goal, we don't know, but 11.4 is a good entry point. We're also seeing other traces of the connection in other targets, as you see here: education, of course, creative economy, tourism, urbanism, literacy, creativity, and natural heritage conservation, and peace and justice, of course. But these are not very explicit. Sometimes you need to read between the lines, or they don't really make it to the top of the policy and budgeting debates. I think this is why our work needs to be taken seriously and supported, let's say. Because you see, when UN guiding documents, including UNESCO, including perhaps important NGOs about our field like ICOMOS, when we actually put big principles, they have effects on national level policymaking and budgeting and prioritizing in policy and decision making. So that is why I'm getting a little bit excited and, you know, going into my activism hat here with you. And part of that is, of course, mainstreaming the policy framework so that it's mutual. I mean, while we're trying to mainstream cultural heritage into sustainable development, we need to mainstream sustainable development into our heritage practice. You know, it takes two to tango. And there are things that we need to ask ourselves and to be self-critical. Are we actually supporting sustainable development with our heritage practice or our principles? Do they need to be adapted to our current times? And here you see some of the major symbols of the advocacy work with ICOMOS and this little icon that we generated. Actually, we tried to bring intangible heritage, tangible heritage, and natural heritage. You can see which one is which in this little icon that we used in our UN communication and reporting work. I will talk about some of the others later, like climate heritage. And so UNESCO is the major actor, you could say, has been leading the way as the UN champion of this. And we take a lot of our references from this, the 6 culture conventions, of course, the World Cultural and Natural Heritage Convention, underwater cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage, plus the others are all interconnected again. There are also other programs related to the science sector. These all have resources for us to use and to join these networks. One important new conceptual framework that UNESCO issued in 2011 is the HUL, the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation. Here we are moving beyond the historic center into the whole geographic setting, and you can see that social cultural practices and values, economic processes, intangible dimensions are mentioned as one of the set of givens, the different paradigms that we need to take into account when we're managing the historic urban landscape. UNESCO has produced a 2015 policy on the integration of a sustainable development perspective into the processes of the World Heritage Convention. Here they're using 4 pillars, again, of course, the social, environmental, and the economic, plus a 4th one on peace and security they've added here. There is also the Intangible Heritage Convention peer or sister documentation, of course, of UNESCO. And here I was just preparing for this presentation. I'm not really working on intangible heritage directly myself, you know, so I've had to do some learning myself for you today, and just discovered that the operational directives have a special section on sustainable development at national level. And I did this fun exercise of mapping the icons to all of these items that they have listed here. And I'd like to point out that I felt like I had to put SDG 11 to all of the 4 main headings. Urban and territorial development is a big connector of different aspects of the social economic sustainability issue. You can, and I think there was a mention in another document about a few of the SDGs, but actually you can always put all of the SDGs. They're not just about 11.4 or 11. From 1 to 17, all of them have a connection with the work we do. And I think 17 partnerships for the goals runs through all of it as the biggest connector of all. So I think this is worth exploring more. And something more about the work of ICOMOS. We have an SDGs working group, which we used to be a task force set up in 2015. And I was the coordinator of the SDGs working group, which changed its name in 2017. I was coordinating ICOMOS's work on this from 2016 to 2020. So for the past 4 years or so, we have tried to mainstream sustainable development in ICOMOS and take the message of ICOMOS into the UN SDG circles. And now every year in our General Assemblies, we are reiterating the message that we need to transform our heritage protection work. ICOMOS is a global expert network for cultural heritage professionals. and academics, of course, it's well positioned to advocate for this. So everybody here is invited to explore membership if you're not already a member, or to take part in the ICOMOS National Committee activities in your own vicinity. So there are various national committees and scientific committees. Ours is one of the 6 working groups specialized in the SDGs. We also have some on rights-based approaches and climate heritage, emerging professionals, and Syria, Iraq heritage, and the culture nature journey. So here you can see some of the publicity work that we do. We have an action plan with principles of how ICOMOS should do its work: effective language, communication, universality plus diversity. Again, the culture nature connection among these action areas of organizing, localizing, and monitoring progress. Further priority actions that we updated, but they're all based around the vision of recognizing and mainstreaming cultural heritage as a driver and enabler of sustainable development. We will, I believe, soon update our vision. I think there will be some rewording that reflects how we need to align ourselves more. So maybe it will be recognition, mainstreaming, and aligning of heritage with sustainable development. That's why I wanted to put the heading of my presentation for you today, aligning, just to remind myself. So transversal working modes are important strategy for us, connecting all committees and external partnerships, of course, finding unconventional new partners or strengthening partners, for example, with UN Habitat or IUCN, among others, Global Parliament of Mayors, UCLG, United Cities of Local Governments. We set out a resolution just a few months ago on people-centered approaches to cultural heritage. People have been mentioned before, of course, undeniably have to be at the center of the heritage practice. It also has an aspect of intercultural dialogue and understanding, and also a just transition, as it's called, to low carbon futures. Some people are more affected by climate change and they contribute less to climate change. So there's a whole power and equity issue in the climate debate, and people-centered approaches is a good way of addressing this. Again, here intersectoral partnerships are mentioned. This is a network that ICOMOS is providing secretariat for, the Climate Heritage Network. So all kinds of organizations, businesses, academics, public organizations, local governments, their cultural and arts departments, they are welcome to join this voluntary movement. It's gaining traction. There's a lot of advocacy and collaboration with IPCC right now. So making this climate heritage connection, this is maybe the most important part of the work, I could say again. You can refer to this new report, The Future of Our Pasts from 2019. That has a lot of good outlines of the connections between the topics. This is another campaign that we're part of, the Culture 2030 campaign. I was mentioning how we have no culture goal today. We just have one target, and a lot of the culture potential, the power of culture and the power of heritage are not recognized fully. So this campaign is aiming to change that for the next iteration in 2030. We will see how it goes. This is part of a report in 2019 where we analyzed the national contributions to the SDGs annual summit and how was culture addressed. And you can see in this little pie chart at the bottom right that the thinnest slice, about 5%, is the keyword count related to culture. How many times culture or cultural has been referred to in the reports, and the rest are environmental, social, and economic keywords. So even that keyword analysis shows you that we are underrepresented, and there needs to be more. This is a culture COVID statement that the campaign has issued. You are welcome to endorse this from the website that's at the top right corner over there. There were some side events at the UN High-Level Political Forum, the annual UN SDGs Review Forum. Last year, we were partnering with the World Health Organization. The WHO has actually issued a new report in 2019, the first time ever, it seems, that they have commissioned a report on the arts and health connection. So it is now evident that there is proof that preventive and curative approaches to mental health or physical health, when they have a culture and arts component in them, they are more effective. So it's very good to see this in a WHO report and partner with them and talk about this in public forums. And now coming to the reason that Laretna invited me, I believe this is the one that she's been waiting for. Recently in March, we issued the ICOMOS SDGs policy guidance, a voluntary initiative of 5 ICOMOS members who've been working on this for 2 years. So this is a flagship initiative of ours, really. And the aim was to have a concise and easily usable document with scientific credibility to actually show both heritage and non-heritage people how to connect heritage and SDGs. And our message was harness the power of heritage to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs, showing how heritage connects to people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships. And maybe this is the most important discovery of all after this exercise of writing this policy guidance document, that we really need to advocate a different approach to this heritage SDGs connections. I mentioned before how we need to be self-critical. So while we're trying to integrate heritage as a positive contributor to sustainable development, give messaging on this, give evidence when we can, provide persuasive communication to stakeholders, especially the ones who make decisions and spend money. That's the integration part. Heritage is always vulnerable, tangible, intangible. It needs to be protected. Examples were given today in our colleagues' presentations as well. It is constantly under threat of loss and damage and irreversible most of the time. So still, yes, protect heritage from harm during development. And thirdly, this is the most critical, improvement of heritage practice for better alignment with sustainable development objectives. Gender is an easy example to give here. Is heritage and our traditions, are they helping gender equity or not? Do they need to be updated? Do we need to compromise sometimes? Or maybe we can learn from history, all of the memory of the world of how gender roles were played out. What were the reasons? Are they still there? I mean, this is just an example of how heritage can be deconstructed and reconfigured to adapt and still be relevant for our times. I think this is something interesting to talk about, to think about with crafts, especially in like the one for batik and yogya. That's why I was asking in the chat, how are the gender patterns? And sometimes they need to stay that way, or sometimes women need to have more of a say because they're the main producers, for example. And do they access the decision making in how this is exported? How is batik actually made into economic tools and income generating instruments? So sometimes it's a bit provocative, but I think it's good to ask these questions. Some excerpts from the policy guidance. This is these are the pages for SDG 1. Harness the potential of heritage to eradicate extreme poverty of all, with some sub-recommendations following that threefold pattern I showed you before, with case studies for each. And here I would like to also invite everybody to please send case studies that you think are good.
Dr. Yildirim, 2 minutes more, please. 2 minutes more.
I have my stopwatch. It says 25,
okay,
but I will try to be fast. Okay, so this is the one for urban conservation in Morocco, the Medina of Fez. So yes, please send your case studies to ICOMOS. I'm giving you my contact details. I have other colleagues. You can easily reach ICOMOS over the internet. We are trying to collect more case studies because that constitutes the body of evidence, qualitative evidence plus quantitative evidence, to actually make stronger policy proposals. This is the one for decent work and economic growth. If I had more time, I would have liked to read out the specific recommendations for you here about how heritage can be harnessed as a resource for inclusive and sustainable local and regional economic development. We're emphasizing local and regional there. Here's a case study from India, the mobile app for local communities to showcase their intangible and tangible cultural heritage. For SDG 11, we have a long section about harnessing, of course, the heritage to make cities and human settlements more inclusive and safe, resilient, and sustainable. An example from the Philippines for disaster risk reduction, I believe that was the theme of the workshop that we chose. And here we're also mapping different SDGs and targets that these case studies are related to. And there's never just one, usually several SDGs are strongly connected. We will have a phase 2 for the implementation of the strategy when we've just partnered with the Global Heritage Fund to dive deeper into case studies. And actually our event today, where I have the chance to talk to you about this, thank you again so much, Lara. This is a great chance for us. We are trying to spread this message that we have in this policy document. This is exactly the kind of thing we should be doing. So thank you for enabling that today. I will go on to just talk about the last points I want to make. Really, it's really to take our knowledge and make it into policy and action so that there's real change. And oftentimes we are fragmented. We need to converge the knowledge. We need to reach the right actors, partnerships. That's why they're key in SDG 11. Last slide, I believe. So yes, this year, 2021, is the UN International Year of the Creative Economy. Indonesia was the main sponsor of this, by the way. We should congratulate Indonesia on this initiative. And today there is actually a live event, high-level event on culture and sustainable development starting at 10 o'clock New York time. So that's a little late for Indonesia, unfortunately, but it will be streamed over UN Web TV and YouTube. And I'm part of the campaign, so I would like to promote it for you. It's open for access for everybody. And happy Year of the Creative Economy. And thank you for listening to me talk about all of these boring policy topics. Sometimes I feel case studies are always so much more interesting, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ege Yildirim. It's very nice presentation, so complete about the heritage and SDGs in UNESCO and ICOMOS programs. Also talking about programs of an action plan for the cultural heritage and localizing SDGs. And also last, she talked about ICOMOS SDGs policy guidance and also related to the batik in Yogyakarta. Okay, next we have the last panelist is Professor Dr. Insinyur Bakti Setiawan MA. He also called Bapak Bobby, Mr. Bobby. He's a professor in urban planning, Gadjah Mada University. He graduated from master program in urban and regional planning, University of Waterloo, Canada, and PhD also program in community and regional planning, the University of British Columbia, Canada in 1998. He was appointed as the director for Center for Environmental Studies, Gadjah Mada University in 2001, leading research center in Gadjah Mada University. After 4 productive years in that center, he was elected as the director for the graduate program in urban and regional planning in Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Prof. Bobby will also make a resume of all topics of our presentation today. Please welcome Prof. Bobby for your presentation.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Thank you
for 30 minutes.
Nice
Ya, Pak Bobby silakan.
Ya, terima kasih ya. Although I think I have no word, after 4 excellent presenters. I'm almost thinking, what can I say more? I mean, as also Pusita mentioned, Pak Bobby, since we have already 4 excellent speakers, maybe what Pak Bobby rules in this seminar is just to wrap up, summarize. But I think also very difficult to summarize. Very interesting presenter from Sandra to, the last speaker from Turkey. Very interesting, very broad and deep, substance. But I was thinking yesterday to put all ideas into not really new, but revisit again the idea of biocultural diversity. And in this case, I'm actually like to focus more, especially on Indonesian, participant on the issue of environmental degradation and management in Indonesia, which to me, sadly to say, we are in the stage of very, not really a good way of managing our environmental. And that's very important in the context of intangible cultural heritage, especially if we like to see it from the biocultural diversity, or we can use also the cultural landscape idea. And I think Chiang also mentioned the use of term cultural space. So I will focus on this biocultural diversity issue, especially on the importance of improving environmental management in Indonesia. Actually, to elaborate my thought into 5 points, but maybe I will focus more on the last 2 part of my presentation, because, for example, for the first point, I think people already knows about the Indonesia as the mega diversity country, even second rich after Brazil. Pusita mentioned on the introduction of the seminar that we have 17,000 even islands, and we know that Indonesia is the largest archipelagic countries of the world. More than 30% of the species of fish are host in Indonesian Ocean, for example. So I don't want to review again how important are Indonesia in the global community in this planet. Second, of course, this is something also not very new for Indonesian, especially people who are concerned on environmental issues, on how in the increasing pressure on environmental degradation in Indonesia, the loss of forests. I don't know if we now, the last figure is less than 1 million hectares of land, forest, but in the past 10 years, I think we lost already more than 8 million in Indonesia, not to mention how we utilize forests in not a good way. For example, I heard that the total value of forest in Indonesia collected only 7 to 10% of the whole value of the forest, showing that how bad we are treating our forests. But again, I don't want to talk more detail on the environmental pressure and degradation in Indonesia, which make us sad. But maybe I like to focus on the idea of improving environmental management in Indonesia. And in this context, I like to propose the new, not really the new actually, but old idea, but I think very important for Indonesia is on the issue of right-based approach, which perhaps more related to the issue of intangible heritage we are discussing today. And then, of course, my main point on this talk today is on factors contributed to intangible cultural heritage, especially in Indonesia. And in this part, I'm going to talk 5 aspects or 5 points important in relation to cultural intangible cultural heritage Indonesia. And then, of course, lastly, if I still have time, I will try to conclude my talk and provide some recommendation. But again, I will skip the first, second, focus more on the third point of my discussion. I read the chat and all participants asking about the PPT, about the materials, and I think the committee of the seminar already answered that all material will be shared and will be distributed to all participants. This is again, the previous slide just showing, the environmental degradation in Indonesia, the treated mammals of the world. Indonesia, we have more than 128, endangered treated mammal species, showing that how bad we are protecting our natural resources. This very interesting, figure showing the how bad we are also treating our ocean, with very illegal wasting, illegal mining, using potassium, not to mention also the very bad management of ecotourism is also provide more destruction to our environmental in the ocean, for example. But I think what important for Indonesia is that we need a new strategy. I noted here at least 6 review on environmental management in Indonesia, which so far to me depends more on legal formalistic approach. We develop a lot of regulation, law and regulation, but in fact, law enforcement in Indonesia is still very low. So that's showing that only developing legal formal instrument for environmental management is perhaps not very work very effectively, and that's why also I'm focusing on the importance of community awareness, public awareness, the right-based approach, which focusing more on the people have right on environmental justice and environmental right, rather than just following the regulation, following the formal approach of environmental management, which so far have no effective implementation. Second, critics on environmental management in Indonesia is again too centralistic. So all regulation, all initiative are always initiated by central government. Yes, we are now in the process of consolidating of decentralization, local autonomy, but in terms of environmental management, we give too much role to the local government. And that's also in the next session, I will talk on the importance of local government, the importance of local initiative and leadership, because managing very large environmental issue in Indonesia, the central government only, especially the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, are not enough. They have not energy, they have no enough resources to tackle all environmental issues and problems from Aceh to Papua. So I think the only way of effective environmental management in Indonesia is increasing the role of community, increasing the role of local government, especially in the era of our local autonomy, decentralization, giving more responsibility to local government, the Bupati, the Wali Kota, the governor from Aceh to Papua, and distributed or elaborated in the local community is a must. It's very important. Because central government only are not enough to tackle so many dynamic environmental problems in Indonesia. And that context also the supply side approach is effective, because we have to think about the demand side, the right-based approach, increasing community awareness, increasing people awareness, increasing people think that they have right to environmental resources, and they have to, the government have to fight also environmental justice, because environmental injustice is now in Indonesia. So by increasing right-based approach, we can mobilize all resources from Aceh to Papua to together protect, control, monitor our environmental dynamics. In other words, what I'm proposing is that we have to increase more on the issue of environmental right and justice. We are hearing so many social conflict from Aceh to Papua, but people are always forget that those conflicts are actually related to environmental justice, environmental injustice. How can the people in Papua increasing their prosperity as far as they have no access to environmental resources in their area? So this is very simple example that increasing environmental justice is a must in Indonesia. Increasing right to environmental is very much important, and this will mobilize all energy in Indonesia to together manage and protect our environmental. In that context, then the challenge of local autonomy, identity, and leadership is very important. We have more than 400 or 500 local government in Indonesia, but to say that only very few of the local government who can really initiate a good environmental management. It's too sad to hear that very few of the Bupati Wali Kota who can really provide welfare and equity to their people. This is very, very, very interesting. Yeah, we gave already autonomy to all people in Indonesia from Aceh to Papua, but to set that very few of the local government, Bupati, Wali Kota, who take that kind of responsibility and really dedicated, develop their area for their own people. Yeah. That's why also the importance of collaborative management, PPP, linking so many stakeholders in terms of environmental management, collecting all energy resources, not only by central government, but all stakeholders, private sector, community, and so on. But in brief, I think in this section, I would like to highlight the important, again, the right-based approach, yeah, increasing public awareness, green consumer, for example, community empowerment, and even perhaps developing social environmental movement. And intangible cultural heritage, as we learned from the previous lecture presented today, really a good way, a good means for increasing environmental right, public awareness, because conserving intangible cultural heritage at the same time also need to conserve their own biodiversity, their own natural resources, and also using it for the local welfare, for the local need, for the local interest. And that is the basic of environmental right and justice, where people have access to resources, have access to environmental for their own need, for their own interest. And that's also very important on the critical review provided by Sandra on importance of reviewing the commodification of environmental resources, commodification, capitalization of the intangible cultural heritage. Next, this is that actually I like to focus more on, maybe not really summarizing all for presenter, but in the case of Indonesia, I was thinking at least 5 important points contribute to the intangible cultural heritage, especially in Indonesia. The first one is, of course, as I mentioned before, the importance of environmental conservation, biodiversity conservation, which in the case of Indonesia, we are hearing so many loss of biodiversity. And this is especially because of the degradation of the ecological system. Yeah, and in this context, maybe we can propose a new instrument, natural resource accounting, for example, right-based approach, as I mentioned before, community empowerment to provide more autonomy, more people to manage their own environment. Yeah. And that's very much related to the local autonomy, decentralization, and even since Indonesia has the new law on village governance, which provide every village in Indonesia to be able to manage their own, be able to use their own resources for their own local people. The new law on village government, I think, is very important in terms of the right-based approach, because the law provides rooms for the local government, every village in Indonesia, to protect, to monitor, to utilize their own resources for their own interest. And then second, of course, several presenters mentioned on the importance of innovation and creativity related to the creative economy, because we are facing the disruption era. The innovation and creativity is a must. Yes, we do have to present to protect our environmental biodiversity, environmental interests, but without innovation and then we cannot really utilizing our local resources for the welfare of the people. So innovation and creativity is the second factor contributed to intangible cultural heritage in Indonesia, and this is something that we have to continue foster, creating enabling environment for local people, for village people to continue increase their innovation and creativity, including also the support from the local government, the Bupati, the Wali Kota, the governors in every region in Indonesia have really to support the innovation and creativity, and to put innovation and creativity as the main target, main agenda of their works in that area. Third one, as I mentioned before, the local autonomy. Since 1998, of course, Indonesia is in the process of decentralization. Now already more than 12 years. Yeah. But people are saying that we are still in the process of consolidating our democracy, consolidating this, meaning that local autonomy so far already in Indonesia, but not the welfare of the people. So this is a really challenge, and this is really a problem for Indonesian decentralization on how the local government, the bupati, the wali kota, the local actor can really provide welfare for the people. And in this context, I think, although very few examples, but I'm sure that in the future, local autonomy, decentralization will really provide positive impact to Indonesia. As far as the local actor and increasing, as far as the local innovation and leadership are there, then I think decentralization and local autonomy in Indonesia will really provide as the aims of the decentralization itself to make sure. Fourth one, of course, community empowerment. We learn from Lina in the case of Thailand, the suku current, where community empowerment, when community gave room for them to manage their own resources, then we will make sure that the sustainability of the area will be ensured. So I think the same one in Indonesia, with so many ethnicity, with so many diversity in ethnic, language, and tradition, I think community empowerment is a must, and community empowerment is the prerequisite for managing or celebrating intangible cultural heritage in Indonesia. As I mentioned before, the new law on village government, I think, is very good way of managing intangible cultural heritage in Indonesia, because with the new law on village government, this is really provide room for the local people to totally manage, control their own resources. Even every village can develop what they call SPUM, the village, economic development, which perhaps can also be alternative for capitalism criticized by Sandra. So if every village are able to develop their own resources, monitor, manage their own resources, and make use of their own resources for the benefit of the people, I think the welfare of the whole people in Indonesia will be guaranteed, and the social justice in Indonesia will be also much more better compared to what existing right now. Of course, the last one, fair trade is important. Enabling business climate is very also something that we have to develop. On Saturday, we will, tomorrow I guess, we will learn about the circular economy as an alternative for linear economy, how the economics pattern of the world will be transferred into more sustainable way, and that's very important. And as Sandra mentioned also on how the critical view of commodification of intangible cultural heritage. This is something very important in Indonesia, where intangible cultural heritage always linked to tourism. And tourism is always linked to capitalism, especially the mass tourism. So we have to rethinking about the idea of intangible cultural tourism as a way of capitalism, as a way of developing economic in a capitalistic way. And that's what the importance of Sandra mentioned on new alternative way of economic development in the world, especially in relation to intangible cultural heritage. Yeah. So maybe tomorrow we will learn from our guest speakers on the circular economy, on the importance of trying not to see intangible cultural heritage in a capitalistic way, but more unsustainable way. This is something that I think Indonesians have to prepare, especially people at the Universitas of Gadjah Mada and also academic, to revisit again the idea of cultural landscape, the idea of biocultural diversity, the dynamic, the dialectic link between biodiversity, cultural diversity. I was trained as architects and planner, and very few planners and architects learn about the biodiversity. But at the same time, maybe people at the Faculty of Forestry and Biological also very few, learn about the cultural, the heritage, and so on. So I think this is time for us to work together, people from different fields, natural science, cultural, socio, and even political science to work together, try to explore the idea of bicultural diversity, the idea of cultural space for intangible cultural heritage. So I think UGM Busita will be very good, room, since we have so many faculty with different background. I think in Gadjah Mada will be a very important place for comprehensive multidisciplinary study on cultural landscape, biocultural diversity, and cultural space. Maybe Busita, we have to make a new center for studies in Gadjah Mada, perhaps the cultural landscape study or biocultural diversity study, or even cultural space research center for cultural space. That will be very important. As I mentioned by Vivi, for example, I was the head of the Center for Environmental Studies at Gadjah Mada in early 2000, but I was remember that our focus at that time was more on natural biodiversity. Very few discussion on cultural diversity at that time. Now I think it's a good time for Gadjah Mada to start to develop, explore the idea of cultural biocultural diversity, cultural space, and cultural landscape. Yeah. To end my presentation, I'm proposing 5 or 6 points. First one on the important roles of Indonesia in the global planet. Yeah. Not just in terms of biodiversity, but also in terms of biocultural diversity. We learn from Sandra on the ulos from Bata, we learn batik from Yogyakarta, and we may also learn craft from Papua. But all are really showing that Indonesian biocultural diversity have a specific role in the whole global planet. So talking about SDG, talking about our future sustainability of this global planet, Indonesia has important role. Indonesian people have to think that our role is not in ensuring the welfare and sustainability of Indonesia, but we have a better, a bigger, and much broader role in ensuring the sustainability of our small planet. Second one, on the urbanization and urban transformation, Indonesia is now the rate of urban, the percentage of people living in urban area is about 60%. And then in the next 20 years, there will be 75 to 80% of Indonesian people living in urban area. And that represents actually the figure in the all developing countries that in the next 20 years, we are in the process of important urban transformation. And that's very much important in the context of biocultural diversity, because urbanization and urban growth will give more pressure to biocultural diversity. So ensuring sustainable urban transformation is very important, not only for Indonesia, but the whole planet. In this context, I think my friend from Turkey also right when she mentioned that very few heritage is explicitly stated in the new urban agenda, in the sustainable development agenda. I think what planners and architects roles now is developing new approach in ensuring sustainable urban transformation in Indonesia and even in developing countries, because by ensuring sustainable urban transformation at the same time we can conserve at the same time also intangible cultural heritage in the whole country and the whole region. The third one is on the importance of start to use the biocultural diversity concept in the planning and managing the country, maybe not only Indonesia, but also in the whole developing nation. Yeah. So far, I'm planner. Yeah, I think as a planner and making, preparing many spatial planning. But our spatial planning, I think, have a very less substance on the idea of cultural, cultural diversity.
Pak Bobby, probably 2 minutes more, Paul.
Okay, I will finish very soon. 2.1, yeah.
Very convenient.
I think important for planner and architects in Indonesia to use biocultural diversity in preparing the spatial plan. Yeah, and I think Indonesia have a good start because we have the Ministry of Environment and Forestry also start using bioregion concept. We have several center for bioregion. Sumatra, for example, Java. That was based on the concept that we have to see Indonesian environmental diversity in a different way. Fourth one, of course, local economic resource development, creative economy, circular economy as an alternative for capitalism economy. Yeah. But this is also difficult because when I learned from Nina, in the case of Karen, for example, I was thinking of, well, the problem now is that we are living now in an open system. Yeah? So it's very difficult to maintain small community which is able to preserve their own sustainability system in which or where the global fields are now more and more open. We have also several interesting traditional community in Baduy, in Tenganan, Bali. But the problem is that we are now living in a very open global system. So how to make sure that that local system are able to protect the global intervention, the global pressure, because that's something that difficult also to some extent. Lastly, of course, innovation, creativity, and community empowerment, as I mentioned before, is a must. And in the case of Indonesia, I have a quite optimistic view on the implementation of new law on village governance, particularly if we can really help the local community to be able to manage their own resources, to use it for their own local people. Yeah. I think that's all, but I like to end my presentation by quoting the statement from UNESCO that understanding the intangible cultural heritage of different community helps intercultural dialogue to grow mutual respect. This is something important, especially in Indonesia, where we hear several conflicts in several regions. So again, maintaining biocultural diversity in Indonesia, as the ministry already say, is important, as we also have a very interesting motto in Indonesia, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Terima kasih Bu Vivi and also all participants, and sorry for the time.
Thank you, Pak Bobby, for the very clear presentation and the perfect summary for today. Okay, let we continue to the question and comments for the panelists from the participants. Please raise hand from the Zoom, or you can directly talking about your name for the question to the panelists, please. For the first,
there is Tania, and then Dia
from
Tania
Dia.
from
Okay, Tania. First
Tania, yes.
First, Tania, please your question to who?
So I'm Tania. I'm doing PhD in natural dyes at IIT Bombay, and it was a very excellent presentation, all of them today, and they're all linked in a way. And I found many answers to many of the questions that I had been having. So it was helpful that way, and especially the first two presentations earlier, I think Professor had given a presentation on natural dyes that are used in Indonesia. And today in Professor Dr. NIESSEN's, Sandra NIESSEN's presentation, I heard about the historical use of indigo. And the second presentation, I think Professor CHIANG's presentation, it dealt with how it is being vitalized in present day, and by a studio, Java Batik, I think. And I think I would like to go further, and I would like to know more about both these uses of natural dyes in traditional crafts, both historically and in present day. So I think that was very important to me. And also, I feel that what the last presenter, Professor made the point about
Professor Bobby.
Professor Bobby made the point about local empowerment. I think that will help a lot of communities decide what they want to do with their environment and get power over their environment, and to make decisions if they want to go in the direction of natural dyes. So I think that is also linking to the main question of sustainable use of sustainable, reaching the sustainable development goals. And I think that might help us decide which direction we want to go in.
Thank you, Tania. I think first the panelists will answer the question from Tania. Please, Dr. NIESSEN, Dr. Sandra NIESSEN, and then Dr. Chiang and Professor Bobby.
Thank you very much for your question, Tania, in India. I understand you're working with natural dyes there. And of course, there are many articles suggesting that Indonesia's use of indigo may have originated in India. It's not certain, but it could be. I have to say that it completely died out in the Batak area. And the revival, I think, has a lot to do with tourism, because the demand of visitors, encouraged a better price if textiles were made with local dyes. But there were very few resources that people could turn to learn how natural dyes were made. So I know that dye recipes have come from Java, have come from Bali, have come from experimentation. And currently the natural dye usage in North Sumatra is not necessarily what you would call the Batak heritage. It's a lot of experimentation with new plants and so on. I don't know to what extent the traditional Batak way of making indigo will return. There's also the use of the Japanese indigo dye plant, but as far as I know, the use of Morinda aciditifolia has not really emerged again in Batak, whereas it used to be very strong in certain regions. It's really been about 100 years since indigenous Batak dyes are found in the market. I don't think the interest in expanding natural dye capacities has been environmentally related. I think it's been entirely related to fashion and demand of tourism and so on, unfortunately, because there are different ways of making indigo dyes and some of them involve chemicals. So at least, of course, everything is chemical, but I mean dangerous chemicals instead of the traditional dyes, which were actually also used for healing because they're very good for the body. So I don't know if I'm answering your question. I don't know precisely the link that you wish to create between India and Indonesia. But that's what I know of natural dyes in the area.
You would say that the loss of knowledge, the traditional knowledge, is also the reason that it is not being used today?
Yes, yes, the people who used to use the natural dyes are no longer live. And there are some children who remember what their mothers used to do and are willing to start experimenting again. I'd like to support I'm working on supporting some weavers who'd like to recover, maybe verbally by talking to their mothers or grandmothers who no longer do it, but maybe can describe verbally how they used to do it, and maybe in that way revive some of the traditions.
Dr. Chiang, please answer the question about natural dye.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, thank you. I think that there is actually a new demand for natural dye globally. And perhaps two reasons that I can imagine now. Firstly, it's about, of course, it's seems more environmental friendly. And the other, I think, is also very much connected to the localized or the local identity movement and so on. And this is actually similar situation in Taiwan as well. Yeah, and I'm also thinking that there are actually some sharing challenges, whether in Indonesia, in Taiwan, or many places in the world. And there are several things which I think also related to, how to maintain the habitat of natural dyeing as well. Yeah, and first challenge is that although I think people tend to, use the natural dye, but the production of dye materials is actually very much related to agriculture. So I think in many situations, the production of dye material in the quickly urbanized situation, this is really challenging when you want to develop natural dye products, and then you have actually short of materials. Yeah, and this is one challenge. And second question, I think, is also related. How do we responding to the new life in the urban or modern, household and so on. So now we are using something that is, we do not question whether the color can fast when you use the laundry machine and so on. So I think new experiment or test on the materials and to incorporate it in the design, I think is also kind of required and kind of challenging to those small workshops who are producing these kind of products. And the third one, I think also for the most customers who are really intend to use the natural dye products, they also need to be educated whether this is natural dye or actually is synthetic dye, because most people do not know and cannot really recognize when they try to find the product. So I think many things will be related to the new development of the test experiment of the materials and so on. I think they will be very helpful for the craft people to to adopt to find a solution for that. Okay, thank you.
If I could that
Tania. Okay, next for Prof. Bobby and also Ms.Linina and Dr. Ege Yildirim will give comment.
I think Tania question on the local environment, local resources related to my statement on the importance of the new law on village governance. And that's, I think, very important because the new law on local village government really provide autonomy for the village, that people at the village can directly elect their own leader, that the village should have their own long-term, medium-term planning. Yeah, every village now in Indonesia have to prepare 5 years planning, and then after 5 years cycle, then they have also to prepare the next 5 years planning. Then the central government provide a village grant at least berapa ya, 1 million rupiah, which equal to what, 1 billion, but quite good money for the village, that the village can develop their own village enterprise. Yeah, for example, very interesting case where several villages in the Yogyakarta even can manage their own water resources and can sell, drinking water at the cost of 1/3 of the market price. Imagine that the village can manage their own water resources and can sell drinking water in 1/3 of the market price, which is really important, for the not only the village people, but for also the village enterprise. Several villages in the Gunung Kidul, southern part of Yogyakarta can able manage their own resources for community-based tourism, for example, and that's really provide job opportunity for the local people. So that's I think very important. If the new law on village governance are supported with community empowerment, increasing the capacity of village leader, that's in the future. I'm sure that Indonesian will be more justice and local resources will be managed better, because the own stakeholder are the local village who really understand the situation and their own village. That's Tanya, maybe hopefully answer your question. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Prof. Budi. Maybe Ms.Linina and Dr. Ege Yildirim will give comment for the questions.
Hi. So I think I have heard a lot of answers from the 3 experts already, but I agree, and I think of I rather think of real life experiences in the northern part of Thailand, in Chiang Mai. So the Doi Pui community, which is an ethnic group of Hmong community, they also have their own batik kind of textile as well. So they work with Chiang Mai University, the research, the Institute of Social Research, in integrating innovation designs while still maintaining the spirituality of it. Because the most important thing is not to trade off the spirituality, the meaning and value that are the core values of that ICH with commoditization. So they worked hand in hand with the community members to ask that the textile, the cotton or anything that is used, what kind of meaning, spiritual meaning, because they have a special meaning connection with their ancestors through the textile. So whatever commodities or design that they make, or innovation or any kind of making process, they have to be mindful and respectful of the traditional meanings. So that's one way of collaboration that has been working well, and they enhance and work with professional designers and design institutes while still respecting the communities. And communities, most important thing, when we talk about community empowerment and participation, we often focus only on having the community members as informants, that's it. And then the rest, that they're not part of the process. But for empowerment, true empowerment and participation, they have to also take part in benefit sharing and evaluation. So with this, they also gain the benefits, the income, as well as the pride that is not measurable by money. So I think that's a good example with Chiang Mai University. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Dr. Yildirim, please.
Thank you. I agree with Linina that the questions have been very well answered, but I would like to actually ask for the question again so I can focus on whatever can still be said, because my mind is going into a broad range of topics. So can you repeat the specific question, Tanya?
For you, I think it would be that how do we link natural dyes to SDGs? Like, is because these were the crafts that used to be done in natural dyes and natural fibers. So is there a way of reviving these crafts? And do the SDGs, they have a way to revive the crafts, but is there a policy that has been made for natural dyes, or do you see a policy that could be made for the revival of natural dyes?
I'm not familiar with natural dyes or natural textiles policy organizations or any institutions that worked on them specifically, but we can find out. You know, I'm sure there are some in some countries that are actively producing or they have a strong heritage of them. Indonesia could be one. I know in Turkey we have a lot of natural dyes, and they are in the kilims, the carpets, you know, and the villagers' clothing, and you can tell the quality. The quality is always different. In terms of keeping these alive and making sure that they're relevant to contemporary society and sustainability, well, I think that it goes through the political economy. So how does it make economic sense? And I think this local empowerment, the village organization or local organization is really key, because it's closest to the producers, the traditional producers, you know, the people who go to the natural sites and pick those plants, the vegetation-based, you know, materials. One thing I would like to point out, hearing the critiques, you know, of modern economic orders, is we have to be strategic and realistic, and have smart strategies. Sometimes we, in our culture heritage constituency, we sound naive. And you need to do the homework. You need to research what is the economic business plan. How can you translate these local villagers, indigenous groups who are in touch with the heritage, and get them in touch with the modern economy without corrupting the, you know, the essential characteristics. So maybe there'll be a trade-off. It's a creative solution, and empowerment, listening to one part of the equation, like not telling the locals, the indigenous people, oh, you have to change a lot. No, they need to adapt. Meet midway. I think there might need to be an adaptation in terms of processes of production, of collection, of processing, of the dissemination. Well, as long as the villagers are well off, I mean, livelihoods. A lot of the heritage conservation problems come from poverty. You know, people need to eat, so we need to respect that very basic human, you know, condition. And if it translates into economic sense, people will be much more cooperative and also, I think, cooperate with the solutions necessary, and local governments. So there's this kind of gap between people who we are usually on the side of being morally kind of feeling ourselves on the moral high ground, and sometimes being very alienating or non-compromising or just misunderstood because we don't know the terminology. We need to make sure the other people understand we have a value to offer, and it's win-win if they understand, and it's lose-lose if they don't. And the other side, of course, they need to be open to listening to new models like GDP measurement. Like this, there are these new happiness index, you know, in Bhutan, I know new measurements of, or multiplier effects into a community when not only with the dollars that you win, but for the long-term community empowerment or enrichments that these investments bring. You need to make the case for the decision makers, for the investors. So I think we just need to work to meet midway and make these connections in the value chain. And just be modern and traditional at the same time. You know, I think we have an interesting position of being hybrid. It's always interesting to be hybrid, understand both worlds, make the connection. It's a niche, and we need it so badly. So if you can be the ambassador, all of us need to be activist ambassadors on this at whatever level we are, whatever we can do, and never be defeatist or never say take no for an answer. Those are the messages I would give. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the answer for all panelists. The second question from Dia Miller. Mbak Dia, please welcome for your questions. Dia still no.
Sorry. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Dia Miller. I'm from Indonesia, but I am currently in the US. I have a couple of different questions for almost all of the presenters. The first one is for Professor NIESSEN. I am impressed that you've, just like Busita said, you've spent almost 40 years studying Batak Ikat or Tenun. My question is, we've learned so much about Saujana in this course, and my question is, how do the Batak people incorporate Saujana into their designs? I know you mentioned that motif is not very important, which is very surprising to me because so far while learning about Javanese batik, they incorporate their environment into the design, all the plants, all the rivers, insects and everything. So how do they do that? And the second question is related to Ms.Linina. I have the opportunity actually to work with the Karen people in the US, which is very interesting. And there are so many movements here, especially with the young people, to return to the indigenous people's wisdom. Here we have the Native Americans, and then, a lot of movement also to incorporate climate change into the habit of buying fashions. And I think it's a great pressure to the local government, but they have to, I think they have to move faster. My question is to Professor Yildirim, how do you incorporate these high-level policies into the local government? What can we do to motivate them to move faster? Because, climate change can't wait. We can't wait another 12 years. That's the question that I have.
Okay, please, first, Dr. NIESSEN, please answer the question.
Thank you, Dia, for your question. I've given a wrong impression. I apologize. I certainly talked about the importance of seeing textiles in terms of layout in general. And I know that that's also the case with batik, that you have to see it in the wider context, not just in terms of motifs. So that's where I spent my emphasis in this talk. But the Batak do not have a lot of representational motifs that they fit within that layout that I described. However, even though they have geometrical motifs, the names for those motifs all derive from nature. They represent animals, insects, plants, and so on. So nature is definitely incorporated in the textiles. And in fact, when you look at that emphasis in Batak textiles and Batak thought on totality, it's always about the universe. It's always about the totality, the combinations present. For instance, in the most important textile called the Ragidup, the motifs of life, in the end panels, I showed one slide that showed all those very small geometric motifs. That represents the totality of life. So there's humans, animals, insects, plants, all represented in that set of geometric motifs at the end of the textile. Also, in textiles where you wouldn't see some sort of representational presentation of nature, the names of the textile often derives from trees like Ragi Hotang, Ragi Harangan, and so on. They're all names of forests, trees, And sometimes it's taught me how to see through Batak eyes when I learn what the plant is, and I connect that with the textile. I say, oh, that's how they're looking at that plant. So
Yeah.
it's given me insight into their view of nature. Yeah, that's. I would like to also just respond very briefly to the question of indigo briefly that was asked before. Mrs. K mentioned that farming was very important in indigo production. I also want to mention that nature is as well. And I know that in the Karo area of North Sumatra, where they used to grow a lot of indigo, now because farming has taken such a strong role in the society, there's a huge amount of herbicides used. And that's killed all the natural indigo, and their natural indigo was not cultivated, it grew wild. So yes, it's related to farming, but it wasn't cultivated. It relates to the use of chemical poisons, which are destroying the possibility of reviving indigo. So that's a brief answer to the previous question.
Professor NIESSEN, I have a follow-up question. Do you see any development on the design over the 40 years, or is it all traditional design?
There's a huge development in design. Currently, there's also a movement afoot to get computer-generated designs. And this very much disappoints me because it always used to be community-generated design. And when you get a computer generating it, you're actually taking it out of the hands of the weavers. It's no longer created by the community for the community.
Right.
And it therefore means it doesn't have that connection with local environment, with society, and so on. And that saddens me a great deal because I see there's a gradual removal of all of the steps of the weaving process from the hands of the people. Somebody else is making their weaving equipment. Somebody else is making their yarns. Somebody else is making their dyes. So they're losing all of those skills. And now, even if designs are also taken out of their hands, they're losing that skill at all. What's left? Then they're just a substitute for a machine who throws the weft between the warp. And that just breaks my heart. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, in terms of design development, also, you know how in Indonesia right now, there's such an emphasis on designers and fashion, and people think that that might be a way of preserving traditions. I tend to take the opposite perspective, that designing for fashion actually undermines traditions because it puts it entirely in the hands of business, out of the hands of the community, and the community just becomes the person who pushes the weft between the warp. So I also don't see that all of these inventions by designers, and there are a lot, relate much to the tradition. Furthermore, if there isn't enough, if the cohort of weavers isn't large enough that they can actually respond to each other and shape each other's designs and enable that community generation, then in fact designing has ceased and it's not growing anymore. And what we're finding in the Batak area now is that particular designs, say the sadum right now, it's a textile design that actually originated in Angkola, Batak. It's now found in all the Batak areas, and everybody's using sadum for every possible reason. It's like it's the only textile. So there's a huge decline in design, and I think that's representative of decline of the whole tradition.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
May I add to Dr. Sandra, because her answer really reminded me of the, let's say, concerning issue about the Pati and Tian of Hmong ethnic group in Taipei as well, because it's being endangered, is quickly disappearing because of the traditional way of making it, the process, not to mention the traditional and natural indigo that they make as well is complicated. And there are only a few ladies left, seniors who know how to make them. And the point is that they don't have written, teaching down, but they don't even draft the design. They just immediately use the special kind of wax to make design on that textile right away, but not randomly. They have symbols, they have meanings that are passed down from their ancestors and grandparents, and as well with their own creativity, but there's still some kind of pattern. So this is a very rare gift, and it takes time to practice. But with like modern time where children go to school, they find other kind of jobs more like fancier and stuff. But what some of the local communities are doing is that they're doing a hybrid, which personally, I find that some kind of worrying as well, because to save time, they make prints instead of handmade designs to make it faster, and use synthetic indigo for the textiles. But they said that at least it will bring in tourists and customers to the village to be interested. So forgive me, I don't remember the name of the researchers who are working there. What they're trying to do is to actually to promote the value added, like the significance, the high value of the traditional indigo textile with the stories, with the meanings, and how to make sure that the customers, let's say customers who buy them, will have to inquire whether like proper way of using it, not to randomly use it as like, for example, shoe design, which is super, disrespectful and stuff like that. So they have to really see and ask. But I can really see some kind of compromise, because when I interviewed the 80-year-old lady who is one of the very few last masters there, said, how do you feel about selling these textiles to non-Hmong ethnic people? She said that if they use it in a respectful way, at least they get to walk around and promote their textile for them, that we're still here. And this is a traditional way. And this is the natural indigo. Takes so many months to make them. They're more expensive, but do you want to hear a story? Do you want to hear about our dreams? Like literal dreams. So that's one of the ways that they do the marketing to, rather than answering only the modern customers who want cheaper products and ready-made stuff, come back to the authentic, traditional, and beautiful meaning, and their customers who are willing to pay. And that come with, also incentives for the masters when people come and visit and want to watch them how to make them. So some of the youth start to be interested, and they start to circle around the grandmas, like, what are you making? And other people are interested in this. We don't even know. Can I learn from you? So that's one of the beautiful things that we have observed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's the next person to speak?
I think I still have a question for you.
Shall I?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dia. I forgot to mention something in the previous question, which I can now say for your question as well. It's about the COVID-19 and post-pandemic horizon. I think there's a big opportunity for natural dyes or other kinds of traditional and more ecological, let's say, methods and systems. People have kind of woken up in a way. And there is more public awareness now of going to the rural areas, local tourism, rural tourism, getting away to calmer, quieter, less populated natural areas. And then there's this whole Build Back Better process going on. There's a lot of recovery packages being planned. So hopefully those recovery packages will have more room to account for such local and traditional production systems. We'll see, but that could be something to look out for. And the question to me from Dia was how to engage. How to do connect the high level to the local. Well, what we can do as more local level actors would be engage with the closest stakeholder near you. Who is the nearest, let's say, grant provider, or are there projects going around, funds or local government initiatives that are relevant, and get in touch with them. Or if you have an institution, a university, or a research organization, a business, communicate and introduce yourself and start to see possible collaborations at the local ecosystem, what can be done. So there's that kind of action that one can take, outreach, and finding each other like-minded people and organizing among ourselves and using social media for awareness raising. There are so many possibilities with digital technology, social media, not only with Instagram or Twitter, but also with new platforms, you know, like Miro, for example, I'm just myself discovering, etc. To actually crowdsourcing, crowdfunding, open source data. So digital technologies are a big tool that you can use for organizing or archiving data, and then producing knowledge packages that you can use when you engage, as I said. And there's some other couple of points that I made in response to especially Sandra's comments, but they might take too long to explain. But I'm slightly concerned about this idea that design is detrimental. I think that we need to be careful in saying placing design in some kind of an unacceptable position. I think we need to engage, but make sure that it doesn't overpower the traditional processes. I think as long as the traditional stakeholders, they have enough power to advocate for what they want, how they want to do it, then new design, I think, could be acceptable. And that's part of making economic sense. And I totally agree with Linina's proposition about value added. And I think this reminds me of a funny saying that an earth expert, a friend of mine, said, you know, earthen construction. The poorest people in the world live in earthen houses because they have no other way. And their richest live in earthen houses because they have the information and they can afford to have it built with the comfort of the, that they require. And what happens in the middle? All the people aspiring to be modern and forgetting about traditions, the middle class that's lost, So how do you actually activate the informations and that value production happens? So playing to the high end of the market and ensuring you need some investment for that, it has to be maybe acupunctural investments, or you need a very smart local organizing unit, and it doesn't happen easily. I'm working with a local community in Turkey for 10 years, and they drive me crazy. They just cannot organize themselves. And I'm starting to lose hope because there are petty mindsets. People have petty jealousies. There's this Schadenfreude attitude. Communities are not angels, So there's a lot of capacity building to do. And I'm so sorry. I mean, that's my experience for you. But I'm sure there are always creative solutions. So please take it with that notion. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
hope that
helps. Sorry, I like to add the issue of new design, because Busita, maybe we can learn from Kasongan, right? The pottery village in the southern part of Jakarta. But I think Yildirim, your mention about trade-off is very important. Trade-off between local and global actors is maybe the key word. Yeah, easy to say, but in practice very difficult. How to really make sure that trade-off really provide local community, a right and local community welfare. Yeah, I think, but same way as you. New design is acceptable as far as the local community really then can, use that new design even from outsider to be their own, I think Busita, you know more about the Kasongan village where the artists coming to the village provide the new design, but then the new design are really part of the local community. But the trade-off between local and global, and then the problem because the commodification of the pottery and Kasongan then difficult to stop, and local community are not really able to control the whole process and the whole production of the local. But trade-off is very much important in this context.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Budi. We still have three participants for the questions, and then one question from the room chat. Because of limited time, we request Kali and Uli for the question first, and then the panelists will give answer for the all questions. Please, Kali first.
Hi, my name is Kali. I'm from Israel. I'm a student of Indonesian studies in the University in Jerusalem, and I've been working for more than 25 years in tourism in Indonesia and in other parts of Asia. So this whole excellent forum is, and all the panelists gave really excellent speeches. They're so relevant to the practical field work I've been doing in the past 25 years and the view I have from that angle. I would like to say to Ege, I so much agree with many views that you presented. I think the realistic approach is so important when talking about what can be done. Actually, the question word that should be resonated is not what, but how, because all through this seminar, we've been talking about what can we do and all the principles of the UNESCO and all the others, but the most important question really is how to do, how to implement, how to deal with the so complicated situations of having to compromise with what we wanted to see with what can be done. One question I always have is, what do the local people want? What does the community want? Because we are trying to think what is good for their keeping of the heritage. But the people in the Batak, I worked in the Batak for around 5 years in the 90s. The people in the Batak, do they want to keep the tradition? Because the tradition of weaving and all the handicrafts, the Saujana, it was not only as far as the eye can see, it was as far as their borders were, because they didn't go much further than the limits of the village. So of course, agrarian societies lived with what they had and used their wisdom, like the Karen and the Batak and all the people that used to live with the nature, they used it for their tradition. But today, the people in the Batak, do they want to keep living in the same conditions? Because the impression I had was when we worked in the Batak that most of them wanted to send their children to school, and they went out, and whoever is left are most of the old people. And it's not a wonder that the tradition is getting rare and rare, because the know-how people are not anymore over there. So Professor Bobby gave the example of Tenganan in Bali, which is like a bubble, and the Karen is also like a bubble because these are very closed societies. But in most of the places, we're not dealing with such situations. We're dealing with the most complicated situation that these places, societies that we want, that's a question, to keep the heritage, they're in the middle of urbanization and modernization, and the how, again, is the question, how to deal with it. Tourism, which I've been involved in, is in many cases being criticized as destroying the heritage. And there is a very interesting anthropological approach showing that, I won't say the opposite, but showing that not necessarily in all cases, tourism is destroying heritage. There are many cases proving the exact opposite, where tourism, when they come to visit, they prove how, for the local people, what an important culture they have. People from far away come to see it. Now, when we criticize tourism, it's about mostly the mass tourism. But people going to Batak are not the mass tourism. It's very difficult to go there. Whoever goes there are those people who are interested in cultural tours, and those people come with a different approach, and those people are the the good opportunity for the local community to cooperate with. And in such cases, in places I worked in North Thailand, Vietnam, China, Indonesia, the tourists, cultural tours, which I'm involved with, came, they brought a different trend into the villages because they were interested in the textiles. The local people started making more textiles and bringing more waste looms and putting them in the houses. So it was interesting for the tourists and learning more designs and then using not only for commercial purposes, but for their own ceremonies. When they had ceremonies, they had a bigger variety of textiles to use because the young girls were now doing it for souvenirs. So back to what Ege said, there is no contradiction, in my opinion, between commoditization and authenticity. There has to be some kind of a combination. And again, the how is such a big question. And I will just end with, again, going back to Bali. I lived there for 2 years in a community. And Bali, for my opinion, is the outstanding example how a community, this is the most touristic place in Indonesia, talking about tourism and tradition, the most touristic place and one of the most touristic places in the world and one of the most cultural and traditional places. This is the biggest question each tourist asks. How? What is the wisdom of the adat of each village? And there's no one word answer. It's a constant process. They're dealing with this situation day by day, all the time. Maybe the one word solution is combining, keeping forward, keeping track, and including the technology inside the tradition. So it will stay updated all the time. How to do it, this is every society has to deal with it. But I think I would love to hear Ege's response or anybody else.
I'm very happy to listen to you, but yeah, there's no contradiction. But may I?
I'm sorry, Dr. Yildirim. We still take a question from all participants first. Thanks. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, Tali. I'm sorry. Thank you, Tali. Next, Dr. Uli, please, your question.
Hello. Great to hear all our very, very interesting presentations to also highlight very important aspects and in different ways, which is always very cool. And also the comment now, to speak also on the last comment of Tali, that of course we have to face that it is development going on, so we can't stop it, and there won't be anything that we can keep things as they have been, I don't know, centuries ago. Still, we have to know about what is important for us, about what are the main attributes of our tradition that should be kept alive. So in a way that we have all around the world, each peoples have their identity, which would be very, very important to still be there. What my question would be on to all our presenters is we see there is an urgent need of being aware about also how this interrelation between sustainable development goals and the conservation of cultural heritage is. And as I presented it before, we are working on a capacity building program. So capacity building not only for Indonesia, but also for Europe. So we are also in urgent need for more interdisciplinary conservation education. And in your opinion, what would be the most important aspects in education to be integrated in an interdisciplinary education program on the conservation of cultural heritage? So what should be future architects, art historians, artists be aware about so that they really get this in their educational programs on the way to be then the the later experts and support communities and do also perhaps own activities in this frame. So that's from my side. Thank you.
Masih mute.
Ivi.
Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. The last questions from Mr. Artino. Please, give questions from panelists.
Hi everyone. So I'm currently teaching at the political science in Universitas as a lecturer. So as the international relations lecturers, I have some kind of questions that relate to international relations. So as you can see, like many countries, especially in the same regions, have tried to claim the intangibles and tangible heritage for their own, which is brought into the conflicts between people to the peoples. And you can see from the news, you can see like we try to claim some kind of water festivals or some kind of like intangible heritages, such as like Nang Yai or the shadow plays or many conflicts. It's not just about like issues between Thailand and Cambodia, but we have like in Malaysia and Indonesia sometimes as well. So I would like to ask every panelist about this, some kind of issue. So how do we solve this kind of conflicts that still going on in the international level? So for my own experience, I used to work in the ASEAN's cultural centers before I became a lecturer. So I can say like ASEAN is trying really hard that trying to establish some kind of the centers that create mutual understandings about the people-to-people relationship throughout the shared intangible heritage or the ASEAN's heritage through the performance or whatever. But I can still see a lot of like conflict of claimings about the cultural claimings all the times, such as like the recent Miss Universe, right? I believe that everyone's watched that. And the thing is, someone's like, we see that some people, they call it, oh, this kind of costumes, they derive from their own cultures. So I still can see some kind of this conflict. So I would like to ask every panelist to elaborate or give an ideas about thoughts about like international conflicts that came from the shared culture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Artino. And this is the same questions from the chat room, right? From you? Many countries in same region, right? Okay, for the first, Dr. Ege Yildirim to answer the question, and next Prof. Bobby, and also Dr. Sandra NIESSEN and Dr. Chiang, the last one, Ms.Linina. Please, Dr. Ege Yildirim.
Okay, I'll try to be fast. The question on education, I absolutely agree that interdisciplinarity needs to be promoted. You know, apparently in my grandmother's generation, there used to be, even maybe my mother's generation, there used to be a standard course in high school, like home economics. So people would know how to sew and take care of their houses, you know, and maybe we need to have some kind of a core course on sustainable development. So people have an idea of the social dimensions, the economics, the environment, culture, and to mainstream this into as young as possible into primary education even. I think some of these concepts are struggling today because they are not entrenched in our value codes or our thinking early on. So not only specialized education, but younger level education, I think needs to be thought about. And in terms of interdisciplinarity, I was advising a younger colleague to, when they asked, just go take a class from a completely irrelevant looking department, go take a class from language studies or I don't know, industrial engineering, if it's open, or elective courses, so that you can make more neuron connections between different subjects and triangulate and position your subject into the world. I think that is like a brain exercise, lateral thinking. So I think this kind of skill development is necessary. And I hope that makes sense. I'm not going to go on longer. And then the second question on conflict. Yes, indeed. I mean, World Heritage has those topics, issues. At the moment, they're trying to be addressed by more inclusive interpretation plans, for example, with intangible heritage. You know, in Turkey, we have an ages-old fight with the Greeks. Is it Turkish yogurt, Greek yogurt? Is it Turkish coffee, Greek coffee? You know, and then over the last decades, our relations normalized. I think because we were trading and doing tourism together, or you know, somehow we got matured and we're not fighting over small things anymore with the Greeks. And we celebrate with raki and ouzo with no problem, and you know, it's something to share with humor. But I think politics is Artino, you will know better than all of us that politics can be dirty. I mean, there's a lot of manipulative political moves that put nations against each other, and people at the people to the people level. You mentioned people to people level. People often have no problems, and I think in this day and age of lateral relationships and social media, it's easier to make peace than war. I don't know, but still we have senseless wars going on because social media is also a hate speech medium. It can be misused. So responsible use, it's very tricky. But I think the more civil society is involved, the less tension and conflict in the world will happen. I don't know what else one can say about international conflict. Cultures and heritage are supposed to be uniting. And we have a weak spot, an Achilles heel of being misused for nationalism and for, you know, other interests. And I think heritage people have to face this head on and say, this is not what our heritage and culture is supposed to do. And this notion of authenticity evolving. I was just in a panel last month with mayors on climate-induced migration. And the mayor of Sicily is a great guy, champion of inclusion. And there were others who were just saying the newcomers, the migrants culture and the old residents culture, we need to reconfigure the heritage to create a new shared culture. And that's the way to make peace. So it has to be flexible and fluid and evolve. So I think we have to keep open-minded and keep pushing for civil society peace. Thank you. Does that help? No.
Okay, thank you. What's next? Prof. Bobby?
I think, well, I don't know if I'm being to be naive, but what I see is in this globalizing world, I see the movement of the local culture, local people to voice themselves, to be heard. So this is very interesting to me. At least for Indonesia, what I see is, and that's perhaps the requirements of the democratic socio-political situation. Once we really have a more democratic political situation, there's provide room for every locality to try to voice themselves. So what we learned from Indonesia since decentralization, local autonomy, and democratization in 1998, we learned how people in Aceh to Papua are trying to show their local identity, their own local, you know, proudness, and that is very important. And that's I see also in the world. Yeah. So with that kind of movement, I think we have to think that in this global local relation. Seeing local as a passive agent is perhaps not very good thing, because local actor, local agent also not a passive actor, but they are very active in this, negotiation, communication with the global forces, global actor. So the important way is to provide room, to empower local people to be able to communicate, to negotiate with the global forces. But first we have to believe that local actor is not a passive agent. So I agree to some extent with the Tali observation on Bali. That Balinese is an interesting place to learn on how local actors in Bali are able to negotiate, communicate with the global forces in the context of tourism, mass and cultural tourism. Now, what I'm interesting to see is also Prisita and the Yogyakarta. After the Undang-Undang Keistimewaan, the law on special of the region, what I see is the growing movement of the local people in Yogyakarta to try to look for their own identity. What is Jogjanis? What is Java? And now to start rethinking about the concept of Hambo Mayuning Bawono. So many local concepts is trying to be revisited and used for this global environment and global context. So I'm quite optimistic. But what we have to learn is good cases from many parts of the world, maybe from Karen tribe, from the Bali, from Yogyakarta, from Aceh, from Papua, how local actors can really try to negotiate with the global actors to really able to express their local identity, to develop their proudness. Yeah? And that again, in this context, the democratic, social and political environment is a must to be able for local actors to celebrate their own identity, to try to revisit their cultural and their proudness. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Bobby. Please, Dr. Sandra NIESSEN.
I'm happy to speak after Pak Bobby. I really enjoyed what he had to say. And it certainly is very much along the direction that I wanted to speak in myself. These questions are very complex, and we have 3 of them. So I'll begin with the first from Tali Aviv. And of course, the idea, she put me into the position of a person who's saying, oh, no development, no new ideas, leave it to the people. Tourism has its good side, and accept that there is also the benefit of tourism and so on. And I do understand her position. What I would say, I would respond then to the last question first, Artino's question about international relations and the problem of cultural usage in creating conflict. Yes. Tourism has its good side. Oh, sorry, what's this? It's repeating. Anyway,
okay.
So I think we have issues here of appropriation. And if we go also to the question about what kinds of education should be included if we're talking about sustainable development and cultural heritage, I would say we have to look at decoloniality as a very important topic, and also appropriation, what the implications are. And also pluriversality. Pluriversality relates to what Pak Bobby was saying about the importance of Indigenous people having their own voice and having space for their own voice. And of course, what decoloniality teaches us is that the opportunity for an own voice has been systematically removed from Indigenous peoples who, in the wake of coloniality, find themselves in the lowest rung of the ladder. And this, of course, relates again to tourism, and it also relates to people clearing out of the village and going to the cities and looking for their life. People have pride. People have a sense of their own culture and status. And of course, people are going to leave the village and go to the city because they want to make something of their lives. It's because at home in their villages, they might feel they have no voice. They have no leverage to make a better life. They're poor, and systematically governments have ignored the needs of villages and promoted the needs or promoted the GDP, the development of GDP, the development of the city. So what I see in my village in Indonesia, because I have my own village where I live there, and tourists come, I see that dynamic of hierarchy occurring, that people are wanting, of course, to get the most benefit that they can from the visit of the tourists. They'll sell anything they can to get that benefit, because they need to be able to pay for their kids' education, or they have to pay for their medical fees or whatever. So they're in a position of disadvantage. And it's important to recognize that as a tourist, to be always aware of that. As Bobby said, a democratic environment is a must for people to be able to express their own identity on an equal platform. And I think that same argument relates to the appropriation of design by somebody who decides, oh, I'm going to make a buck out of it by putting it on my computer and I'll generate Batak motifs. Well, that's pure appropriation. And of course, there has always been, and there always will be cross-fertilization of patterns. People taking patterns from a source of inspiration and developing them within their own thinking and their own traditions. But it's when there's systematic denial of a voice for people at the bottom rung that this becomes a problem, and then it's appropriation with no recourse. I think I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. NIESSEN. Please, Dr. Chiang, give comment or
yeah, and thanks for other questions that I would like to respond to the question of education, and I think it will also related to the question of the politics of heritage as well. And I think heritage is, is about someone think it is heritage and the need to transmit. So it is unavoidable that related to the selection, and who is the subject. Then, if so, it is very difficult to define which is heritage, whether they do not conflict to each other. So I think this is also important for our thinking about the heritage education. Recently, there are ongoing discussions on heritage education. Heritage has some potential. For instance, it has some potential to connect time, the chronicle or diachronical possibility of the people who engage with the heritage. And also, I think it's also important to engage different actors, different people. Perhaps they have different view toward some heritage. Then, so if we think heritage education is about transmit the heritage itself, then there's limitation. So if we think about the other way, thinks heritage has potential to be educational resource or the media for engagement, whether it's engagement of time or engagement of people, then perhaps we think education of heritage is actually creating a possible classroom or educational resource for all different people to engage. It's a kind of open field. It can produce different kind of views of the people toward the same heritage. If it's open space, then I think this creates discussion or dialogue among different people. I think this is some discussion toward heritage education used as a kind of history, history subject education. And if we think about heritage as a media, not the target or end, then I think a lot of potential we can use it, and then toward more targets toward the sustainability.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chiang. Last not but least, Ms. Nina. this response from the questions.
Right. Right. So I see that I would like to answer Tali and Ulrike's questions together. I think there are some kind of related. And I think I would like to bring all of you back a little bit. We're talking about intangible cultural heritage, right? And so when we step back and look at the big picture, like what is the most important principle and concept of the intangible cultural heritage? It's not the object. It's not about money. It's not about just a place. It's people. People, because the meaning and values that dwell in people, not in bricks and stones, right? So the convention of the ICH itself really highlights and emphasizes, as well as the operational directives, really emphasize about the community. And a community in this sense, talking about the community rights, like they're the one to decide. We're trying to stay away from the approach of expert decisions, making all the decisions, like top-down approach, the central government, or tourists coming in, or academics making a decision that I think this is good for you. You better do this because we did 1,000 research and papers that this is the best way. Or some people are so romantic, to be honest. Sometimes, I mean, in the past, I used to do that too. I went into a village and said, this is so romantic. It's lost in Bangkok already. Please continue the way it is. Please use the traditional way of life. Please do not wear shoes and stuff. This is insulting to the communities. The most important thing is actually to realize that, you know, they're the practitioners, they're the bearers, they're the owners, and they're the people that find most meaning and value and relevance to the ICH, to the living heritage and all. So of course, they're the one that have to be, you know, central decision makers, have to be the one whose voice is the loudest. But that doesn't mean that we have to cut out all the stakeholders, academic experts, government. We actually step back and look at ourselves as facilitators and supporters. So first, what do we support them? How do we support them? We need to create a sincere and authentic and heartfelt dialogue and conversation with the communities. If we really want to help, we need to hear their needs and wants and worry, and as well as beautiful things that, you know, linger on in their heart on and on. Now, but the complexity is that also we want to stay away from fossilization, because there has been, you know, several case studies all around the world that when, for example, the government feel that this is so romantic, it is very conservative and traditional, let's freeze it as it is, don't change. Now, the thing is, the living heritage, when the word is living, it means like us. We grow up, we grow older, we change our taste, we change as a person. So the living heritage also changes with us. So some community members feel that they want to have a choice to adapt or change parts of it, or maybe a lot of it, but they're the one to decide. So think of an apple, there's a core of the apple. These are the core values and meanings that if you lose it, it's forever gone. You can change the taste, the flesh a little bit. It doesn't matter because it will not affect the core. So the most important work in safeguarding ICH is actually to identify this core, and not by us. If we're outsiders, we can help them, but the local communities have to be the one who reflect it. But the problem or the challenge is that, do they trust you enough to really reflect their voice? Do they feel that they have to follow with the flow? Some community members that I work with say that, oh, I only finished grade 4. I'm not as educated as a professor. So you might as well decide for us. But secretly they withdraw from you, and they want to do their own things. So it is really important to balance between authenticity, fossilization, and ICH itself. There has been 1,000 debate about the word authenticity, because how can you find the first authentic origin of a piece of cloth, for example, like Stone Age, like it will keep and bring to the fight. And this answer will also relate to Mr. Artino's question. So the thing is, there can be a balance. If the community has said, like, we want innovation, we want something, especially the youth, naturally, younger generation tend to prefer some changes. Like us, when we were younger, we also prefer different changes from our parents or grandparents, right? But the thing is, you have to be careful, because once some core values or process or tradition or knowledge, the wisdom of making something is lost, it can be forever lost. That's why it's so fragile to be careful to take the approach of super innovation without doing all the study first. But in many cultural areas and communities, they really find innovation technology a great help if they're able to use it to preserve the core values and meanings and aspects. Another complexity is the community. no community is singular and as one. Even within a village or in a family, we all have different ideas, opinions, preferences, and likes. So how do we negotiate and how do we compromise and actually agree with all these differences? So I found that many successful people who work with communities, they really give the most importance not to efficiency, but they give it to relationship. Because if you have a good relationship, if this project fails or whatever, they still want to continue on and on. And usually this kind of thing, safeguarding activities, take time, sometimes decades, because it's about life. So, the complexity of negotiation or agreeing, it really has to be based on good relationship and trust. With that, they can work together. But if you focus so much on effectiveness, results, indicators, key indicators, key performance indicators, you might be successful with one project or activity, but then the rest is already finished and done, and maybe the damages will be forever. So I think that's really important to pay attention to, is the community's voice, really what they want. So I think rather than focusing on like how do we do it, I think we should focus on how can we strengthen, protect, and promote the rights of the community. That's the most important thing. Once they're strong, they can do on their own, and we can help them, provide them advices if they need, or technical expertise or whatever. To answer Mr. Artino's question, his question is very hard, very easy to answer, but very hard to implement. So at international level, there can be at the policy level. So let's say for ICH particularly, UNESCO really learned its lesson the hard way, because it started with the World Heritage Convention. So, listing. And then with ICH, suddenly listing becomes one of the ways that make most common reasons that countries fight with one another, because they think that it has to be mutually exclusive, which is not true, because no person can own a culture, a tradition. It's not true, right? So UNESCO tries to now promote actually co-listing, co-nomination, like falconry or tug of war, where many countries, as many as 15 to 17 countries do the co-listing together, and that they will learn to learn about shared heritage. So we're now actually moving towards the word shared heritage and shared histories, because that's who we are, and try to transcend beyond national boundaries, because the word community is complex in a way that, for example, you might live in a different country, but you feel that you identify yourself as a community of a traditional practice. For example, let's say water festival. You might be in other country or other village, but you want to say, I identify myself with this. It has meaning. So it actually transcends beyond just a national boundary. So that's the definition of community. And many projects at the policy level working about, like many countries coming together rather than competing, in a beauty pageant method. And also I agree with one of the panelists talking about, promoting heritage education since young. Another one is about media, the role of media. Let's say in Thailand, when the Khon mass dance was newly nominated, like a lot of fight between Cambodia and Thailand, because they try to say like, even Thai media in newspapers, like very famous newspapers say that Khon mass dance now has become World Heritage. So World Heritage and ICH is totally different thing and different concepts. So the thing is, media education is very important. Like the press, the journalists need to be educated, because they're the ones sending out message. And I found that recently a lot of efforts have been done with the government and with private sector. And I think according to a private research with another professor, we have found that both Cambodians, our neighbors, and Thai people have the ICH is a shared heritage, and that can actually promote peace and sense of awareness. Yeah, so World Heritage and Intangible, they have different ways, especially when you talk about conservation, but they're also intersecting method, especially in the late movement, where the World Heritage now is paying more and more recognition to the communities, where back then they really separated communities out from the natural landscape and cultural landscape. And the World Heritage focuses on authenticity and integrity. while the intangible cultural heritage talks about the meaning and values in the heart of the communities. Yeah, so I think that's my quick and super kind of wrap up answer to all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.Linina. Thank you for our panelists and participants. I believe we still have continue discussion, right? But time is over. We should stop the forum. As a moderator, I thank you all for very, very wonderful presentation and discussion today. So see you next. I return to the forum, to the house of forum, Ibu Sita. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I would like to big applause to all panelists and also moderators. And I'm not going to make a conclusions because our distinguished student and participant will make a report of our forums of today. And I think this today is incredible inspiration, many inspiration, and actually I'm exhausted. There's a lot of things that we have to prepare, a lot of homework. And I would like to mention also that we still have we still have the number 5 forum that will be next week, and this one about the economy. The heritage economic promoting SDGs will be next week on Saturday, and will be opened by the Minister of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Dr. Sandiago Uno. And then the panelist is Donovan Ripkema from United States, Anupama Sekar from Asia Europe Foundation, ASEP, Ms. Jennifer Isactions is a curator, creative economy curator from Santa Fe, New Mexico, United States, and Professor Wihana Kirana Jaya, Professor at Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And because next week is many panelists is from United States, so the program will be changed into morning, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. So we'll be on Saturday, May 29th. So anyone who would like to join, please welcome. And tomorrow is also the latest series of lectures. Usually this one is limited to the participants, but anyone interested to participate in this issue of economy, so Professor Wihana will give a lectures on the making of democratic economy in the case of heritage Saujana conservations. So there will be more things to discuss and to give more spirit on how to conserve the heritage in the world. Okay. Once again, that I just want to say thank you so much for all of you, for all the panelists, and for the Bapak Budi Karya, the Minister of Transportations, that having the opening remarks this 5 hours ago. So we were together almost 5 hours. And thank you for all of you. I hope that we can discuss more and more. Yes.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Bye.
All of things will be uploaded in our website.
Bye-bye.
So all the
Thank you.
materials.